Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. And tonight, the never ending conversation. Dun dun dun. Man, logic is tough and challenging. And I want to be a good student. Peace and respect, Maynard Saves. And also, Krishna. Krishna. Brother, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I have no idea what this question means. The origins of the UFOs, the places where they are this moment, the places where they were seen. I know none of these things. Deep space. Peace and respect, Beck. The question was more about deep space. Oh, you mean heaven UFOs, not earthly locations. Very good, very good. There is nothing in the text of the Bible about where heaven is located at any given moment. The only reference that I know of is from other religions, where it is claimed that there's some constellation, and I'm probably wrong about which one. Perhaps you know, Krishna. Peace and respect to Skyworks. Good evening to you. It seems to me that there's this common understanding that what was pointed out to us is, I want to say Sirius, the star Sirius, or that's a constellation. I'm not really sure about that, Krishna. I mean, I suppose it doesn't really matter to me where they're located right now. Just the fact that they could be very fast moving. Peace and respect, Math Pig. Okay. Whoops, wrong chat. I was gonna say that comment did. I mean, I'm gonna let it sit. You know, I'm not gonna like complain about the comment, but I don't get it. I have not had private, personal revelation of any such information. And it's probably better that we don't know where we are in the universe, and that we don't know exactly where we are even in our own galaxy. Especially if accidental prayer to Satan and his kind would reveal our location. So I think it's actually kind of a good thing that we don't really know what those things mean, you know, in an exacting way. We get general location and stuff, you know, but okay, I won't put it up on screen for very long. Yeah, the religious stories do give definition of where we're going from here. However, in the promise, of course, I got translated the word curse, but in the promise of the serpent in Genesis is the best definition that I know of for an actual direction, although it doesn't give an eventual location that we're going toward from this earth. And that is the following. The curse of the serpent. I could just read it to you, I suppose. Genesis 3:1. Hold on a second, let me share this. Alright. Make it as big as possible. Okay. Now the serpent was more subtle. That word subtle right there means hard to detect than any beast of the field. This phrase, beast of the field, I hold means the zodiac. And yes, you can see the constellations with the naked eye, with normal eyesight, which the Lord God had. Lord God, that's Jehovah angels, actually. If you look it up, made. That made right there is actually more like repurposed or pointed out in this case. Clumps of stars, which it says before, or says elsewhere. And then let's see, where's the curses? I forget. Oh, the curses should be just before this, I think. I'm not good at locations of stuff. Naked. That's Cain and Abel. Come on, where's the curses? Oh, here it is. So this section here and here. As to the serpent, because you have done this, made women curious. You are promised to be above all the cattle, above all cattle. That's the constellation Taurus. Above every beast of the field, that's above the plane of the solar system. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. Peace and respect, da freak. Wow, that's interesting, Skyworks. I'll get that next. Upon thy belly shalt thou go all the days of thy life. Great enmity. That word enmity is either literal or figurative distance. I think it's literal distance, like distance in space, like time-space distance. Between the woman and between thy seed and her seed, it shall bruise thy head, thou shalt bruise its heel. All the seed of Eve bruised the head of the serpent. Not everyone likes stomping on snakes. Okay, it's just not true. And you will bruise his, actually their, right there should be like a group, heel. To bruise your heel is to be behind you. You can't bruise someone's heel without being behind them. So they have to like be on the other side. All right, so you're facing towards something, you have to pass it in order for it to be behind you, that it could bruise your heel. You will bruise its head in the process. All of the seed of Eve will bruise the serpent's head. Watch this here. Snake Nebula. Let me bring up a decent one that you can see pretty clearly. Just take a second. I'm having to copy and paste this a couple different links to get to it. Come on. Why did you not bring up the right link? What's wrong with you? There. Now you should be able to see it. Very good. Alright. So let me go over there for a second. Alright, so maybe you can see my cursor. Can you make that bigger? There we go. That's a little bit better. All right, so maybe you can see my cursor. So here you have the mouth of the serpent. Here you have the reverse facing, backward ears like a serpent's supposed to have. There's the eyeball, neck, gut, tail, reverse spade on the end of the tail. This dark area right here, I'm not counting as part of the serpent. You can complain about that later if you want. So you got reverse spade tail, big gut, Chinese looking dragon mouth head serpent thing, reverse spade ears, eyeball right there. So there you go. There's the Snake Nebula. I think we are going to bruise its head. That means go through this area somewhere. And that's where we're heading after we leave this earth. So that's the curse of the serpent. Does the rest of the prophecy hold true? Yes, it does. This thing is above the plane of the solar system. It's located in the 30 degrees of the Taurus constellations in that slice of space, that pie-shaped slice. And that's the best prophecy I have. I have no idea where heaven is right now. I see no comments other than it comes from the east. And that seems pretty prevalent throughout. Being actively opposed to or hostile to something, decades of enmity between the two countries. Yeah, that's figurative enmity. Solid definition. But I'm talking about the Jewish conception of the word enmity, which includes the figurative, emotional, and physical distance. How do you think your mind developed, Richard Madsen? Would you say it was seated in your body after a bout of procreation from your parents, which then absorbed information to arrive at your conclusion? Interesting. Man, I think you should just come on and speak, because that's a complicated topic. Okay, here's what I think religions are describing. A Darwinistic-like, maybe not perfectly the same as Darwin's theory and what we have today in neo-synthetic Darwinism. Some kind of evolutionary process did happen that resulted eventually in a dominant species, and also the ape family of species, which we are one of. And the dominant species was not ape, it was something else. And it started doing genetic manipulation and thought these opposable thumbs were pretty cool, so it started playing with monkeys and apes, and eventually came up with the hybrid me and you. Unfortunately, there was a scientist amongst those scientists who said, look, these things could end up like really smart, speaking to the king of that world, these things could end up really smart, and one of them could take your throne from you, and that's a bad idea. And then the prophecy comes true. A batch is born, they get to be 2 years old, they get judged as being not good for slaves, so they kill them all off. One escapes by its mother doing something stupid, throwing it in a basket and sending it down the river. It's picked up by the princess of the country. She's not given permission to keep it, but she keeps it anyway, and secretly she raises this thing. Maybe just because it was weird and interesting to her. It's hard to say what her motivation was for keeping it. They put it in charge of 2/3 of government. That's infrastructure and taxation. That's a lot of trust in one person. So apparently whoever was in charge of that government thought that one person was smart enough to run 2/3 of government. So they gave him everything but like the executive branch of their government. Of course, that same one rebels and steals a bunch of crap and escapes, i.e. Exodus. So there's all that. How did we get here? They put us here. How did my brain develop? Same way yours did. Why do I think that these things are true, that these religions are telling us the truth, if that's the spirit of your question? I don't think that I know the future, because nobody knows the future definitionally in a philosophical sense of the word know. To know something, you have to be able to show it. I can't show the future. But I'm thoroughly persuaded, since all of these stories all over the planet are, to me at least, saying the same thing, and that those people many of them didn't get to communicate with each other. I mean, it's fine that the Bible borrows from Hammurabi, borrows from Zoroastrianism, borrows from all kinds of cultures and their religious stories. I have no problem with that. I think everyone was told the truth at first. it got twisted over time. Christianity and also Judaism are examples of how those things got twisted. And telephone game, and we lose the meaning over time, and that's completely natural. But if you read like all of these different religions, what emerges out of that is like this huge umbrella overview. And busy at the moment, but wanted to stop by and leave a like. Thank you very much. Peace and respect, Gur. It's good to see you. Even if someone else in our chat and you just can't get along at all, the maths of pig. So, where was I? Oh, how did I come to this idea? So, there's, at least specifically in Quran I can quote, there's something called the Injil. Now, the Injil is the original message given to all of the earth, which I think exists, and I think that's what I'm talking about, is the Injil. That there is this base story that is revealing great truth to us. It's just been twisted and lost over time. And I think digging enough into all of these religions, you can see the Injil. Peace and respect, Ox. So, for personal experiences, I have a trust relationship with intellectual beings not in my locality. I think they are off of the planet. I think I'm not talking with people on the planet that are describing these things to me, especially the original reading frame. And then in application of that reading frame, it continues to work, which is why I'm still going to use it until it fails. If it fails, well, maybe I've got to throw this whole thing away. I don't know. Peace and respect, Sammy. Links in the top of the description, guys. Feel free to jump in. I want you to jump in. It's much easier to talk to you than you type stuff, and I'm trying to... But that's cool, too. We can do this. So, this Injil, this umbrella idea, it indicates certain deep things about human introspect, which can be verified. And then there's my personal experience, which has been falsifiable and verified. And then there's the claim of the future. I don't know the future. But calling it a prophecy about the future is kind of hyping it up too much, and I don't like the Christians that hype these ideas up. And I think heaven is like probably about a class 4 Kardashev civilization or greater, maybe 5, 6, class 7, I don't know. But much, much more technologically advanced that we are, so much though, so that it, to us, if we saw it, it would look like magic. And the people in the ancient Near East and across the world, they thought it was magic because it's really high tech. Probably look like magic to us now. So that they're promising to do a set of things. Let's take, for instance, the ignition of Jupiter. Could Jupiter ignite by itself? It'd have to be 81 times its size to start igniting. However, could they send a little spaceship with a high-energy particle beam, shoot Jupiter in the butt, and ignite Jupiter? Dude, they're a class 4 Kardashev. To even like do the stuff that they say they can do, they'd have to be. So would it be, you know, like outside of the realm of their power to do something like ignite Jupiter? I don't even think that would be challenging. I mean, to get to their level of space travel and autonomy, you'd at least have to have been able to have captured all of the radiation off of a star. If you shot all of the power of a star into Jupiter, would it become a star? It seems kind of silly to even say, well, I don't see how. So if they could do something like that, they could definitely, you know, make a star. In which case, I think they could do that. So saying it's a prophecy is like blowing it up and making it magical and mystical. Whereas I could give you a prophecy right now. Within the next minute and a half, Richard Madsen will raise up his left hand with his fingers extended and his palm showing. Prophecy fulfilled. Why? Because I'm able to do that. You know, it's not magic. It's just that if you're able to do a thing and you have the intent and the power, the resources to do it, and then you do it, then you did it. Yeah, Jupiter is. I mean, some scientists want to say it's a planet. Some want to say it's an unrealized brown dwarf star. Those kinds of things. There's some arguments, of course. You know, science is like that. You're supposed to argue, but yeah, there are stories all over this planet. Let's see, David and Goliath is one such story. Um, Hercules loosing Apollo from the chains of Zeus, and Apollo slaying the Cyclops Anges, whose name means light. You know, light itself, the thing creating the light, is another story. David and Goliath, the ignition of Jupiter. The whole story of the Christian idea of the face of God being this bright and shining light, like the sun in its not exactly the same, like the sun in its strength, and it's a thing that no man has seen, is another declaration of that. That let's see, what's another religion I could. Jupiter as the god of war, where there's wars between planets in Hinduism, I think is another proclamation of the same prophecy. And obviously hasn't happened yet, because if Jupiter were realized and then it burnt pretty bright in the sky, it'd certainly be the brightest star in the sky, because it's really close to us, even though it's not that big. Would on its death, it would explode. It wouldn't be there at all. So it's not lit and it's not exploded. It's there and it's not lit. Thereby, it never happened in the past. And if it's, I think it's plausible. Yeah, plasma needs excitation. Yep. I think it is plausible in physics and chemistry. We just don't have the power, and we wouldn't want to do it anyway. We don't have the power to do it. Right. I think this estimate is 18 to 21 times its present size. It would self-ignite to make plasma. You just need heat. That's true. There are chemical heat reactions. You don't necessarily need oxygen, but you do need a bunch of pressure. About 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is not all that hot actually, in on these kinds of scales and these kinds of terms. I love this. This is fun. Peace and respect, Hillary's. Good to see you. Jump in if you like. Why does it have to be part of your expertise? None of this is my expertise. Except for the Injil, the umbrella overarching story of this. That, I wouldn't even call myself an expert. It's just that it looks really obvious to me. There are way too many religions for me to study. I'm not going to get it done. Sorry. Oh, good question. Good. We're not talking about changing the mass of Jupiter. Not at all. I don't see why Jupiter would even lose its orbit. In fact, the story says that Jupiter gets ignited in Bethlehem or Virgo, and then it moves into the east or Libra. So definitionally, it has to keep its orbit, or the prophecy was wrong in the first place. But that doesn't totally answer to your objection, because I'm also saying that in this way that I'm reading it, Mercury loses its orbit completely and goes out and starts this chain of events. So, would the displacement of Mercury greatly change the orbits of the other planets, especially the Earth, in our solar system? In a strictly gravitational model, yeah. Not that they wouldn't stabilize out eventually. They probably would stabilize out. But I don't think gravity is the only force that is holding this solar system together. I just don't think that's the case. I think it's an important force, but I don't think it's the only one. Recent science is starting to show some evidence that it's not the only thing holding our solar system together. For instance, in spiral galaxies, where the outside part is moving fastest and leading the core of the galaxy, they say there must be 99% dark matter and dark energy to cause that. Well, that's one explanation, but Birkeland current sheets through energetic transfer through the core of the galaxy would do the same thing. That would do the same thing, because Birkeland current sheets turn that way, and they would pull whatever's trapped between the sheets, and the thing between the sheets would have no choice about it. And they make that spiral pattern, and yes, they lead, and the core goes the slowest, and all that works just fine, if that's the case. That's good, solid granny advice right there. The problem is, which parts are bullshit? That's the problem with that. Birkeland was a physicist, played with electricity. Noticed that if you have an anode and positive and a negative source, and you cause energy to go through the anode to the negative source, that you will develop plasma streams. Okay, and those plasma, I think that's how you spell it. It might be I, not E, but it'll autocorrect if you just add enough words. Birkeland current sheet, it'll autocorrect for you. So my spelling doesn't matter that much, neither does yours. It will create like a center toroid, and I'm going to call them fat unicorn horns of this spinning effect of energy transfer, and those form in each of the like keratin layer of the horn. There's actually 2 keratin layers, and stuff gets trapped between the layers, and those are called Birkeland current sheets, and they will guide things. Specifically, I think planets. They'll guide planets in a solar system, and solar systems in a galaxy. Peace and respect, Orge and secular pagan mum. And I think it's not just gravity. There are things about our solar system which gravity really just does not explain. I should be defensive about stuff like this, but I'm just not anymore. You're welcome to look at it this way, and I'm not going to object to you looking at it this way. After all, I was an anti-theist for 30 years, and my mind still hears that way. I can still think about it that way. So I may not have exactly your point of view, but I don't think you're making an unreasonable statement there. But it's not exactly accurate either. Tell me right now, Skyworks, if you are agnostic or atheist, how much do you desire the Bible to be true? How much? Wouldn't you need some like kind of catastrophic event in your life that just like totally destroyed your belief in everything, and you needed a new foundation, so you'd go out and find something else? So perhaps the new thing would be Gnosticism or Christianity or Buddhism or Islam or whatever, right? Maybe your wife of 30 years just out of nowhere killed herself or something crazy. You'd need something like that. I was fine. I didn't need anything. I was happy. I didn't want it to be true. I didn't care. I'm just saying this works. Misreading you. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 words. It's pretty easy to misunderstand somebody using 7 words, and you'll forgive me if I misunderstood you, and maybe you'll write more words and fix my brain so I can understand you. It was also preserved electronically. That word worked too. Okay, so scriptures are symbolic of the psychology within all of us. I cannot unsee it. I see that too. How does the deep space understandings benefit us? It doesn't right now. What is the intention of Scripture from that perspective? The intent of the Scripture is to describe to us in fairy tale form what our ancients intend to do, so that when they do it, we understand that they've been telling us this the whole time. And you may say that there's symbolic of psychology within all of us, and that's true, but not all of them. You can't say that universally about all of the stories. You can't. Even the stories from all the stories from just within one religion, and you know that. So that's a good explanation for some of it, but that's not a good explanation for all of it. Some of it doesn't relate to human psychology at all. For instance, how does it relate to human psychology that the gods need to come from the sky? Why is that there? Because it's literally physically above us, and gravity sucks downward, and we hate gravity, and thereby joy is without gravity, and you need something to be above you for it to be joyous? No. In fact, I get much more joy, emotional confirmation, physical pleasure in things that are not in the sky. Things that are right here in a crisp Granny Smith apple, for instance. But my mind isn't in the sky, and I don't think our minds are in the sky, and I don't think that's... I don't know. Maybe you can find ways to justify all that, Krishna. I don't know. You're a pretty smart dude. Maynard say, "Don't love me no more." Or just didn't see your comment. Yeah, I should review that, Sammy. You're right. We are left free choice to be hardcore anti-theists, atheists, agnostics, Christians, Buddhists, Muslim, all that stuff. And we're free to think whatever we want. And that's fine. In fact, I think it's necessary that if all of us agreed, and all of us agreed that we are one, and all of us agreed that the one should be taken care of, and all of us took care of all of each other, there'd be no point in us being here rather than heaven. This would be pointless, and we wouldn't have the suffering and starvation and injustice and hatred and prejudices and boy, it's a long list. So instead, it's kept from us on purpose. The knowledge is kept from us on purpose so that we can be ignorant and, frankly, hurt each other. And, frankly, destroy the planet. Which, by the way, we got a really good start on it. So that part's about done. And who doesn't have that free will choice? Well, the Calvinist practitioners of Christianity think that they are the ones that have the special knowledge. They think they're the ones that understand it. They think they are the privileged few. They think that they are handpicked by God and predetermined. But everybody knows from these stories there is one who is definitely predetermined. It's the hero of the story. He's the Buddha. He's Thor. Case of Christianity, he's Christ. Christened. It means christened. Handpicked. To really understand these things. And if it's true that all of us live in ignorance with free choices, but one is predetermined, which is evident in all the stories, you could say the Calvinists think they're Jesus. But I think there is a Jesus, a hero, by whatever name. And I think he needs to perfectly understand this, and I think nobody else does. So we're all welcome to say whatever we think. That don't matter. Which is why I laugh at Christians arguing with each other. They're goofy. Went on a stream last night. Ryan 747. Nice guy. There was two Christians on there arguing grace versus works salvation. You know, sinless perfectionism versus charity. Stuff like that. I always get asked this. I do not think I'm the one Maynard saves. I think I'm an old man who's dreamt a dream. There's prophecy in the text that young men will also have visions. I wasn't very young when this happened, so I'm saying I'm an old man. And I think I'm privileged, if this is true, I think I'm privileged to see what I see. I know I don't see everything. And I don't think I'm the only one. So, we're all left this choice, and what we think right now doesn't really matter. I mean, let's say the debate was over the existence of aliens. And Group A says, there's aliens, and Group B says, nuh-uh, you're crazy. I don't see any evidence of aliens. And then aliens showed up. You suppose the argument would be over? Of course it would. Well, that argument is real. It exists between the agnostic and the and the religious. There's this heaven. No, there ain't. Yes, there is. No, there ain't. Yes, there is. No, there ain't. If it shows up, it's not a question anymore. Nobody will go, is there heaven? While angels are flying down from the sky out of the windows in heaven. No one's going to ask that. So we're given free choice for now, and that's fine, and we can have our arguments for now, and it's kind of cute. But I do have to appreciate Krishna, although I think you would agree with me that only the hero of the story accomplishes the things that are recommended in human mental health in the story. And everyone else strives and fails. Unless you think there's someone else besides the hero who did strive and did actually accomplish it, which I don't think you're going to say. Let's see if I can, before it moves. Isn't knowledge absorbed, thus needing time and experience to develop in a being? Yes. I wonder how anyone could be all-knowing and perfioform. I'm going to take that as preformed, like predestined. I don't know what that word means. Or maybe it's a typo. Um, yes, yes, of course, which is why he needs to be perfectly formed. Good. Thank you. Which is why he needs to be born before end time starts and educated over the course of his life until he's ready to do his job. Which his job, he goes more through more training time than he does actual work experience. 3.5 years of work experience, but an adult by the time he does it. Nothing becomes an adult in 3.5 years in the way of a human. Horses do. Dogs. Small percent archive such a state, Richard, not me. I would say that those are the realized, and I'd say they were the heroes, Krishna, which is why there's none alive on the earth right now, because there's only one hero for an earth, and it's talking about past earths when it says that whatever number of them, if it gives a number, if you can even count them, of those who are realized. Also says that of the Christ, by the way, which is one of the reasons I think it's the same being, individual, living, singular person, that the Buddha is the Christ. The Bible says it in, I think, pretty definitive terms. It says, be ye righteous, for the Father in heaven is righteous, perfect. And then it describes what righteousness is. Righteousness is upholding of all the law, peace and respect, gaming with Silverwolf. It says that Christ is the only one who upholds the law, fulfills the law. Thereby, Christ is the only one righteous. And then it says in the Bible several times, no one is righteous, no, not one, except for Jesus. And then it says several times in the Bible, so-and-so is righteous, so-and-so is righteous, so-and-so is righteous, so-and-so is righteous, so-and-so is righteous. It says it so many times. I've downplayed it being that repetitive. But definitionally what that means is past heroes. So when I talk to my Islamic brothers and sisters, and they say, do you believe in all the prophets of the past and that they were sent by God? I say, yes. They never ask me if they were on different earths. Lurk all you like, gaming with Silverwolf. We're all aware you're there. Don't even try a sneak attack. Coming in a few if you're interested in talking to me about aliens. You know I am. My gosh, yes. And all of it, the Fermi paradox versus divine hiddenness, or anything else you want to talk about. Yeah, there's Skyworks, back to this. You said, doesn't it take time to learn things? Of course it does. You have to understand that Christians make a lot of assumptions about the text that are not well justified. Of course, and I'd love to present this argument again. Premise 1. Christians have biases about the Bible. Premise 2. Biased people do not have an objective view. Premise 3. If Christians do not have an objective view of the Bible, why should you believe them? Or you shouldn't believe them. How about that? Conclusion. You shouldn't believe Christians about the Bible. How do you like that? If you discredit Christians as making sense in their worldview structure on reality because of the Bible, that discredits the Christian. So why believe them about what they're saying the Bible means? Right? Does that make sense to everybody? Received that in prayer. Oh, don't rush eating. It's bad for your body, brother. Hate to tell you gaming with Silverwolf, but if you're here to be a grief, you're not very good at being grievous. That looks like a small percentage of state, not me, to become like Christ or deity or of culture and or choice. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, is the realized one. The epic of the hero and how the hero becomes through failures and trials, which is exactly what exactly what the last comment Skyworks was saying, that it takes time, and that's okay. Yeah, Christians say things like Jesus was, well, it's in the text, he was 12 years old when he gets out of religion. And then he's like, there's 30 missing years. And then they say he shows back up and he's like, meets John the Baptist, and he like knows all this stuff, right? So you know what he was doing when he was missing, right? He's learning. Oh, I truly gaming. I am empathetic that you have lost someone. That is difficult. In fact, it's difficult for everyone who loved that person. It is difficult, to say the least. And I hope you never get over it. And I don't think we're supposed to get over these things, because getting over it would be losing our love for that person, and that doesn't seem right at all, does it? So I hope you loved them deeply. I hope you love them deeply, and I hope you suffer much, because you should, and that's beautiful, and that means you really truly cared about that person. That's what that means. And if you suffer a lot, congratulations for being strong enough to love. Some people are not that strong. Cannot love, cannot be hurt. And apparently you are more open and loving than that. Congratulations on your bravery, really. I'd love to see you explain this, because that is such a stretch, man. Like I can show you why that is such a huge. Now you might accept it right now, but it's such a huge stretch. Peace and respect, Maynard. You got all your stuff in a row, man. You're muted on StreamYard. StreamYard's muted.
I think so. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
Am I too loud? How am I? How do I sound?
You sound pretty clear. Yeah, good volume
Fantastic.
level.
Awesome.
Good.
Battle of the Beards up here, Richard.
I think mine's less majestic than yours. I like the width and the thickness of that. That's a nice shrub you got.
I think we both have a pretty kicking beard there.
Right on. So other than just to give me relief, so I'm not sitting here talking to myself.
Yeah.
Was there something that came to your mind that you'd want to talk about?
Well, I talked to you before about things when I read Genesis, and I talked about they talk about the Lord God and the God in Genesis 1, and I had asked you if that was reference to rank when it talks about our, meaning plural. So I was wondering if God and the Lord God are different ranks, and what type of ranking might they be? Like an would that be like an Enlil, Enki related type to the Sumerian culture? Are you picking up anything I'm saying?
Yep. I'm just over here looking stuff up, so I can show you instead of just, because citations matter sometimes to some people.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to just type in Lord God. Right? Now, because they were consistent in the translation of these words, every time it reads Lord God, it's precisely the same two words. Okay?
So is that like saying a lieutenant colonel?
Well, I want you to, I'm just going to give you the definitions of the stuff so you can think of it what you think is most right, and I'll give my opinion after you.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So you can see that right here,
Yep.
Lord, what came out Lord, is actually Jehovah, right?
Uh-huh.
And then the word God is actually Elohim. Okay?
Okay.
So, Elohim is the plural of Eloach. It's a group of powerful beings. So if they wanted to make this accurate, it would read gods, not God, because they had the singular form of it was available, Eloah, and if they meant a singular powerful being, that's what they would have wrote. But they wrote the plural. So God is a bad translation. So if the context is that what's going on in these verses is a good thing, then you say good gods, if that seems fair.
Okay.
And then the word Jehovah, Yahovah,
Yehovah, Yahweh, is
Yahweh,
that
right?
similar?
It's the same word. It's not similar. It's the root word. It means the existent
Yehovah and
one.
Yahweh.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It means to exist. There it is, right there. To exist, to
To
be or
exist.
become, to come to pass. So it's the one who will be. All right.
Jehovah, the one who will
Oh,
be.
right. So what this
Foretense,
actually
as
reads
in
is. Go ahead.
foreshadowing.
Yeah, it's a prediction. That's right.
Okay.
Which is why, when asked, the reply is, I will be what I will be, which in the English came out as, I am what I am.
It
But
is
that's
what
kind
it
of.
is.
It is what it is. What
That's kind
is
of
what
our,
is.
yeah, that's kind of
Yeah,
our terminology these days. Is what it is, huh?
yeah.
Okay.
As Whoopi says, everything's everything, dog.
I
So,
got
so
you.
this reads the Lord God in our modern language would in my opinion, and I would hear yours, would probably be better read as powerful beings that will be.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. So it's to me, it's like saying we're the ones who show up.
Gotcha. Okay.
Of course, Christians take the King James translation as not a translation, but the actual Word of God, not
Right,
looking into the Hebrew, which is a bad mistake.
which is something I think I need to let go myself.
Do you
If you
think you're
understand
hanging
what I'm
on to
saying.
Christianity? Is that what you're saying?
No, 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 no. I think I take these people too much at their King James, and it's not right because they're using a false narrative, I guess, and I'm going with their false narrative to try to disprove a false narrative sometimes. Like if you were to go into the floods, you start with 6. In the King James Version, it says there were giants in those days, before and after.
That's right, it
Um,
does.
and it says they were in the earth, where there were giants in the earth, not
Right.
on. And to me, that's how the giants survived. They were in the earth. It says it right there in the Bible. And it's different because it states when man began to multiply on the face
That's
of the
right.
earth. Why would it depict man multiplying on the face of the earth and then giants who survived in the earth before and after?
Right. It's a good point. I'll tell you what, the Christian explanation of those texts does not answer your question. I'll tell you that for sure.
Well, I asked. Well, it wasn't like live, but it was in a MDD. I sent a super chat to a Kent Hovind debate one time, and I asked him about that, and he goes, "Well, I live in Lenox, Alabama," and I'm like,
Of
"Well,
course,
that's
you
a
know they was going
city."
to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, "I don't live in the earth. I live in Lenox, Alabama." But the whole point is that it states a physical thing, and to be in that physical thing would be inside it. When 2 verses later, it's specifying what happens on the face of that thing.
Right.
And obviously, couldn't go into nuance with him there through Super Chat, but
No, they're not going to anyway.
he got away with it like, oh, I live in Lenox, Alabama. And, I don't live in the earth there. I said, well, no, Lenox, Alabama is not a physical object.
Right. It's an imaginary construct. It's a immaterial construct. That's what Lenox,
Exactly.
Alabama
Yeah, he
is.
totally strawmanned my position when
I agree.
I was sticking with a literal interpretation of his KJV.
Right. So let me show you something about the KJV and why I think it's a bad translation. And
Okay.
this is one of literally thousands, and I mean thousands of examples. But this one's just really easy and obvious, and I don't think it can be argued against. Here we are in Genesis in 14:4, right? And what this reads in the King James is 3.
14:14 or 14:4?
I misspoke. You're right. 14:14.
Okay.
Um,
Sorry.
and it reads, no, you're right, 318. That's the number there, right?
318. Yes.
Okay, now does it mean three? The word hundred, is the word hundred literally there? Let's check. Did it bring up the wrong verse? No, it did. It brought up the right verse. Look, the word hundred is there. Does it mean hundred? It means 100. It literally means 100. A numeral, 100. Okay?
All right.
All right. So it has printed the word hundred in it. So it reads 300 something, right?
Yes.
What's this word right here? 37969. What's this one right here? 37969.
Same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing twice, right? So you see this reads 300, 318.
Yeah.
Is it literally 18?
No.
It is literally 18. It is. So it's an eighth, or 18. It's a combination of 8. Okay? So you can't have the number 303 8. That's over 1,000. You can't have 318. That's over 1,000. It's not 100. So the King James, I'll show you. They just left out the other 3. Look, there's no word there.
No, I see what you're saying.
There's no word on the left. They left it out. Why? Because they couldn't make sense of there being 2 3s right there.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You see what they did? They left the second number 3 out. Salos, mea, salos. They replaced it with the word and. And does not mean 3. 3 cannot mean and. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they literally left out a word, and they hid it, and they didn't italicize it, and they didn't admit it, and it's because they couldn't make sense of the number since it has the word 100 in it. All right?
So they left it out and just kind of hide it because it's not making sense.
That's right. They couldn't make sense of it, so they just left it out, and they never admitted they left it out. Okay.
Well, it's just a kind of a blip and go on by it and don't mention it. And...
Yeah, but this happens throughout the whole text. I mean, this is one example of several. Okay, so, but if I read this in Hebrew numerology, right?
Okay.
It's not a number at all. It's a set of ideas. And here are the ideas. 300, 318 reads harmony, God's elect, harmony, bondage possessed. So it's the idea of through harmony, God's elect become harmonized and become the possessed bondage. See, now that's something I can deal with, whereas this is a nonsense number.
Gotcha.
But the Christians didn't want to accept, the Hebrew idea, the Jewish idea of this. So they just changed it.
It seemed like there was a lot of manipulating.
That's why I object to it. Yes, that's exactly it. Now, does that mean that the Bible is useless? No. If I just accept the 300, reading and I read it the way the Jew would, it's fine. But you know, the same thing happens when you look at the ages of people in the Old Testament, these extreme ages where Christians go, oh, so and so lived for 777 years.
Right.
Or, so and so, lived to be 930. Go through the Old Testament and look. If a human being has in their age the number 6, which to the Jews means imperfection, I promise you in the story they're going to do something wrong just because of that 6 right there. And if they have the number 7 in their age at any point, that part of their life is going to be a really godly thing because it's perfect. It's the number 7.
One of the funny things, I'm sorry if I cut you off.
Good.
One of the things that I did years and years ago, probably this was like I started in 98, 99. And I worked nights, so I'd get home and I'd crack a brewski and roll up a doobie, and like I had nothing else to do, so I'll go, yeah. Bond. Come on in, Bond. If you could take praises, I got your mouth. I would look up everything, so I had to start. Like I started with Sumeria and like where everything was supposedly supposed to have started, and it set me on a wild into everything, man. Back in the day, before I knew anything about YouTube and any of this other shit. I mean, this was like '99, long before that. I got into sacred geometry and found out about Sitchin and cuneiform and all that shit. And so I have read Sitchin. I read a bunch of those Childress and some of the others that are in the ancient astronaut theory. And as bunk as a bunch of it's fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Just because it opened my eyes to ancient cultures and ancient things that I had never heard of or even seen and learned about before. And growing up, I had been inquisitive from a book I got in a library about. It had it had Oak Island on it, and it had this sketch of like the money pit, man, and I was hooked from that. From that day, I was probably like 8 or 9. And then I learned about Easter Island, and this is all in the early 80s. I'm 48, so this was back long before the internet or there was anything. And so anytime you wanted to know something, you had to look it up, and go to the library and get books and all that stuff. Just the Bermuda Triangle, shit like that. I was just fascinated with growing up. Any type of mysteries, I was into it. And
I can't stand a mystery.
Questioning God from the beginning, basically, and not understanding why prayer doesn't work for me because I'm not getting nothing. So
I think that everyone receives in prayer all the time. It's just not shocking or majestic, and churches pump it up to this ridiculous level where people are expecting an unreasonable experience. And I think that's why we just gloss right over it, although we've been praying and we do it all the time. I think that even atheists, not even atheists, all humans pray, including atheists. They just don't call it that.
I mean, you're talking about like, see, I can't hear you when you're talking. I don't know if that's me because of my TV or what.
I don't know. Let me try turning off this background noise.
But man, I know when we used to, yeah, a little bit. When my family would go out to eat, my dad would make us pray in public, and it embarrassed me to my fucking core.
Does this volume help any much, or do you want me
yes.
to?
Yes, I like that. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, I'll leave it there.
And I always felt, because I never got anything through prayer, so I always felt to be the odd one out. The way they would talk about prayer.
I'll tell you a little secret. They just didn't admit they didn't get anything either.
Yeah, and I know. And as I grow up, and everybody's loosened up in their Christian ideals and whatnot, in the
Mm,
dogma of what they had believed, like
yeah,
everything's transitioning towards progressiveness. Like my
usually.
parents have come a long way. My mom's a Trump fucking touting conservative Christian. Just bothers me, but uh, that's how they are, and they just believe whatever they
That's
want to tell
right.
them, whatever makes them feel good. So I'm ranting. So let's bring it
No,
back to something.
it's fine.
I do much
Uh,
better if I'm like quizzed and can just give answers to instead of having to. I don't have anything written down.
it's all right, man. I'm working on a little drawing for assembly.
Are you talking?
No, I'm not speaking right now.
Okay, so it looked like it. The first time I talked to you, I didn't have anything to write down, and I felt like shit. But I went on with you anyways, and it was like, it was like I was like a deer in headlights because it's not like talking to any other Christian. I didn't know where to go. How I was like dumbstruck and didn't know what to say or even ask
That's all right,
properly.
man.
But I've listened for quite a while, and I enjoy your stuff. I don't necessarily agree with it all, but I am definitely closer to an ancient alienist than many probably would admit or even want to. But
I think we have to accept just by the evidence at hand that the ancient religions are indeed talking about aliens. They just are. I mean, a
yeah, I
person might
don't,
not
I
like
don't.
that.
If I have to go into it, like I told you yesterday, I think it was, I have to look at Genesis as like a technological book.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. All right, I'm going to take full screen for a second so I can go over this with assembly.
Please.
Okay, so here you got the Yod Hey Vav Hey. All right, and these symbols, it's kind of like Japanese or Chinese writing, where the symbols themselves have meanings. So it's not like arbitrary like our language is. These things like literally mean stuff. All right, so the yod, the yod is shaped like this. Like if I covered up this part of my hand, the yod is shaped like that because it means a hand. So here you have the hand, which is, you notice it's an open hand, right? This is like offering someone a hand, which is a graceful and thing to do. And it's claiming you have the ability to do something. So it also indicates that you're claiming power. So it's grace and it's power and it's an open hand and it's an offer. All right. And then you've got the hay. The hay is it's a house. That's what that is. So it's like literally the walls of a house. This is the roof here. I'm sorry I can't get rid of this part of my hand. So it's a house. So what's a house? It's the place where you reside. It's like it could be your country. It could be your literal house. It could be the whole landmass that you're on. It could be the whole planet. It could, in fact, be like the universe in a certain context. You could use it that way. Hey could mean the universe. And then the Vav. The Vav has this little part sticking out so that a rope will catch on it. That's what that's for. So the rope will catch on it because it's a tent peg. That's what a Vav is. So it's the idea of tying something to something else, to peg it down. That's the idea. And then you've got the house again. All right, so this is the hand of power. Heaven, tent peg, earth. It takes some, I could explain why I say it in that order. So it's the power with which heaven is tied to the earth, which is why it's a set of rules. So the angels are compelled by Yahweh. That is, the angels have a set of rules which the power of those rules tie those angels to the earth. And that's literally what Yahweh means. So if angels did that, if they followed Yahweh, they would first create an earth, then put mankind on it, and then collect mankind into the heavens, right? And at that point, the Yahweh would have no purpose, which is why after the seventh day, Yahweh rests from the creation. Because we'll be in heaven, and there's nothing left to do for us. Does that make sense? Anybody?
I got you.
I mean, I think it's really straightforward. It has a lot of explanatory power as to the words, the way that they're used, and why they're used the way they are in the text. Like it reads that Jehovah, also the word Jehovah, also Yahweh, rests from all of his creation. You see why that's worded exactly that way and it couldn't be different and still make sense? In fact, I see that it couldn't be worded differently. Of course, that's not a strict King James translation. That's going back to the most original confirmed texts. Peace and respect, show me Sasquatch, which I think I saw you before and forgot to say hi. I apologize. Okay, so Assembly, you tell me if that was a good explanation. Okay, Richard Madsen, thanks. Heaven is tied to the earth, right? That is ancient Greek mythology and Gnosticism. Have you investigated the pleroma of the Dimerges? Only very, very, like you're talking to me about something I listened to this morning for the first time in my life. So I don't know anything about that, that's worth talking about. Although I continually find people will say things like, well, that works well in Greek mythology and Gnosticism, and I'd love to still be shocked by that. But I'm just not anymore. That to me, what you just did was you just said, oh, Richard, your reading of that just agrees with other religions. And I'm like, well, great. That's awesome. That's confirmation. When you find things in multiple places.
Isn't that your point, Richard?
And it's the same. Yes, it's my overall point, is that all of this is saying the same thing. Yeah.
I think pretty much that's what I remember from the beginning when I heard you early, was that it's written and laid down in all of the heroic myths.
Yeah, absolutely is. At least I'm thoroughly convinced it is.
So let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Let's say historically the Bible happens, right? The way according to the Bible, right? Flood happens.
Historically?
So God's got 8 people to start out after the flood. Why do the Hebrews get shit on from that point out? They are nothing but completely shit on by their God after the flood, if you think about it. They can't get their land. They're only 8 people.
You say that. Okay, name one of the sons.
Ham, Shep.
Great. That just helps me find it in the text. Okay, I want to show you something. Share screen. I don't know why I even bother to shut this thing off. All right, so here we are with the sons of Noah. Yeah. Great. Shem.
Japheth, Ham, Shem. Yeah.
Ham and Japheth. Okay. Would you happen to already know, Maynard, would you happen to already know what the Jews call God? The nickname that the Jews have for God?
Was that be Aldeni?
Well,
Aldeni?
no. I'm talking about when they refuse to say the name of God and they just say the name. Would you happen to know how you say the name in Hebrew?
No, I don't.
It's Hashem.
Huh?
It's Hashem.
Shem.
The name. The word Shem means name. Okay?
Yep.
And if I look up Shem, derived same as name, reputation, glorious name, designation of God, memorial, monument, name. Okay? Through the idea of a definitive and conspicuous position. Name. All right? And if I go to the derivative word Shem, it means name. Literally, it's name. Okay, so which name? The name that's recognizable. So the son of Noah, Shem,
Is
is
his name that's
him of
recognizable?
recognizable name. Yes. The obvious, prominent, recognizable name. Now, let's not forget that this is the Bible while we're talking about this, right?
Right, but does that have anything to do with the men of
I'm going to show you.
renown?
Let me show you. Yeah, yes, it's fame. It's definitely fame. Okay. Ham means hot. If I go into, I can show you. It means hot-headed or people who get angry easily. Okay. And then Japheth means those who are able to be persuaded
Can
or
you go back?
opened.
Wait, right there. It said second son of Canaan.
What?
No, okay, never mind.
Okay, so you've got him of recognizable name. You've got hot-headed and opened. Those are the three sons of Noah. Okay? Now, biblically, him of recognizable name means God. New Testament, it would mean Christ. But this is Old Testament, so it means God. And one kind of son is hot-headed and the other one is open-minded. These are personality types and the hero. That's what these are. They're not singular people at all. They're groups. And I think this is good division, either open-minded or hot-headed, is a good way to say people who are dumb enough to fall for religion and people who get really pissed off about it. Because that's the overarching topic, religion.
Okay, so you're saying that these are personality archetypes
Right.
of people and
Yes.
not individuals.
It's a Christian mistake that it's three dudes. It's
But
not.
what about the flood?
What about
do
the
you-
flood?
Yes, no.
Well, just be more specific when you say it, because I don't want to assume what you mean.
Okay, how do Christians take the flood as they take the three names?
They take
In
it
the
wrong,
story.
like they do the three names.
Because is that where you go to waters being the people?
Yes, several times in the text, an army is waters,
Yep.
attacking like waves of the ocean. Jesus speaks with the voice of many waters, being a lawyer for the people. The waters that you have seen are peoples, multitudes, nations, and tongues. And in fact, there are no arguing usage definitions of waters. There aren't any.
Well, I'd have to go back into some further stuff, but that makes an awful lot of sense now to me from
Sure.
what you were talking about before as waters being people. Now that those three names don't mean singular individuals,
Right.
I can see that. There's a lot more to the story still, but
Yeah, there's all kinds of implications to understanding, but it tells you what
that
it
was a
means.
very
It's not like
clarifying part for me.
good.
That was
So
interesting.
so I can state as a fact two things that sound miraculous and use the same words Christians use, but it's actually very practical and we know that it's true. For instance, I could say there is a large group of beings on this earth who elevate the ark story. right? We
Yeah.
call them Christians, right? Are there real Christians? Yes. Do they elevate the ark story? Yes. Do they put it above themselves? Definitely. So then can I say that the ark was lifted up on the waters? That's a fact of reality, man.
According to your narrative, yes.
See, so that just turns it from magic into, well, this is obviously true. How about if I say this? And Jesus walks upon the waters.
I don't know that it turns it from magic to yes, this is true.
Okay, well, I know that Christians elevate the ark.
Well,
That's a
it could.
factor. I can prove that.
It would elevate it to a possibility.
No, 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 no. Elevate it as in like it's a religious thing. It's important to them. They lift it above themselves. Elevate. Not that they physically pick it up.
No, 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 I get that.
Okay. Or I could say that Jesus walks on the waters. That just means he's a leader of the people. He's like put in a position of authority over them. It doesn't mean he defeats physics.
He's
Yeah.
atop the people. He's atop the waters.
Right.
He stands above.
Exactly, which is why, and think about what that does to Peter falling down into the waters.
Makes
And
him equal as everybody else.
Right. That's why Jesus says, "Oh, you of little faith," because he'd lost his faith. That's what makes him a normal person, is if you lose your faith. So, I mean, it just justifies so much stuff, and it's just like, well, that was easy. It's just you have to throw away Christianity, that's all, which I don't think is a big deal.
What a lot of fucked up shit. I wish I could just go back to hunting and fucking gathering. I do.
Could. Head for the Ozarks.
Oh man.
High desert in New Mexico is very nice. Plenty of land, super cheap.
I own less than 10,000 on my house here in Detroit, and I'm about to pay it off in a year, and I am out of the city. Thank you.
You're gonna get out of the city. Good for you.
Fuck yeah, we have chickens. Well, we're urban farmers, so to speak, here in Detroit. So we have chickens and stuff, and we garden and all that, and
Right.
we're gonna get out of here and get our farm going and do what we can.
I'd like to recommend to you that you get some elevation above sea level.
Why is that?
That's a long story. Okay, if our reading of the crust, if our geological reading of the crust is correct, then the Earth's crust is rotated on the mantle 90 degrees 3 times in the past. And it always goes back. Okay? Now, the last time it was laying on its side, like this, and this was the equator, that north and south spun around the equator, the last time it was like that, there were mammoths on the Earth. And then when it rotated back, in one day they went to Alaska and froze to death. And there's lots of other evidence for this. And
I have seen some evidence for your claim.
And if you think about it, water having hydraulic laws applied to it. If you did this in one day, then the water's going to keep wanting to go the same way it went, which means it just ran up on the landmass.
Well, yeah, that's just momentum.
Right. And then it would also go back to its low spot. It will do that too.
Well,
so
sure,
it actually
eventually.
would like. So I really recommend something over. If you can get over 1,000 feet, that would make me feel better about you like living through that.
I hate to sound like a dualist, but I always feel like the Earth itself is always chasing a balance.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's nature. Everything's on a sine wave, yeah.
Yeah, and it's always trying to achieve this normal status that it'll never achieve.
Yeah, it's not supposed to achieve it. There's always flux, and there's always a tumult. Assembly of God wrote, "What is the significance of Lot and his incestuous daughter's story? I know the Quran deletes that story because it's too gross for Islam." That's sort of true. Yeah, the Islam part.
That's
Um,
it's one of the worst stories in the Bible. I don't know your take, but
I,
um,
I think this is talking about how we all come from one source. I don't think it's literally two chicks in the desert raping their dad. You know,
but that's what it says.
if you read it as a Christian, that is how it reads. It does. If you start looking into the words, it doesn't work that way.
How different? How different could it be?
How different could it be? Populating the whole planet when the whole planet got destroyed, where Sodom and Gomorrah are the whole planet, and it's talking about Genesis of a whole planet from heaven. It can be very different, which is
Well,
why they have to go to a mountain cave because they're in the mountain, the high thing. It's not. It doesn't happen on this planet at all.
what's the pillar of salt?
Well, actually, it's salt or dust or ash. And it's true that if you stay on this earth while it be destroyed, you will be turned to salt, dust, ash. You will be destroyed.
You know what it is? Is I get too caught up. I think Richard talking to you in the Christian dogma of things, I guess, or whatever.
Well, the advantage that you have that most don't is you can see yourself doing that. Go watch my
Well,
channel
yeah.
opener where it took like 15, 20 minutes on just a very small topic with Pine Creek for him to catch on that I wasn't what he thinks a Christian is.
Right. And the problem I do is like I have a story that I hate or I don't like. I shouldn't say
Right.
hate, but I don't like, and then I bring it up to you like, oh, but then it's like, yeah, well, that's not how I take it. And so it gets very, I have to take a step back and almost just ask you to give me your
Well, all you have to do is bring up a
interpretation of
topic.
story in small, 'cause there's a lot to learn. So small little chunks are great for me.
Like if I look up daughter cave,
You know what? I've always had something
um,
I've wanted to look up.
let's see. Let's how else could I do it? I could lot DAUGHT. You got to find some keywords that will find it. 'Cause I don't know where anything's located. Okay, here we go. And dwelt there, Terra 200, Sarai. Oh, this is way early. I have to go a lot further than this. Can you think of a better keyword to find the story of Lot and the cave? And can you think of a couple keywords that will bring me to the right spot? Let's see. Cave, Lot. How about cave and Lot? Lot went up Zorgan. There we go. Found it. All right. I want to show you this word mountain right here because it's a key word within the... Am I sharing? I am sharing. Okay. Let me get rid of this. Peace and respect, William. Let me show you what mountain means right here. Went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain. The in. You see that? In the mountain? And that's right. It is in the mountain. What's mountain mean? It's a shortened form of the word harar, which means to loom up. Like you're on top of something looking down. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. They translate it as a mountain, but literally what it means, what the meaning is to loom up, right? And then the derivative word, they take it as a mountain range or a range of hills. So several big things which from your perspective you can look down. Got it? That makes sense?
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right. So they're in the mountain, the looming mountain looking down. That doesn't do much for you, does it?
No.
The next word, Sean, I'm not going to look through all the etymology.
No.
To be double or a second thing, right? And then sorry, this is so tedious. Two-part word, daughter. A baith. Literal or figurative, apple of the eye, daughter. Okay?
Don't
So
call
it's
me
not even literal
daughter.
daughter. Don't call me daughter. I like that song. I don't do it very well, but I don't do it
I've seen
justice.
them live plenty of, yeah, quite a few times. Very good.
Okay, so here's what I'm asserting that if I look up enough of these words, what it's going to say is that in heaven, the good guy interbreeds with his daughters, also sisters, also loved ones, and they produce offspring. But the looming mountain, how you can be inside of a looming mountain, is because you're actually in heaven.
Looming meaning.
Looming meaning above, and from their perspective, you can look down on the earth.
Okay, they're looking into.
Like it's talking about setting up another planet, or
Okay,
setting up this one, setting up some planet. Maybe this one, maybe a different one, depends on the context.
we don't really know.
I'm just not willing to say without like looking up a lot more of the definitions.
I
I just
got
don't
you.
know right now. Yeah. Is Athena here somewhere? Peace and respect, Athena. If indeed. Yep, there you are. Just missed you while I was on a different screen. So, dude, according to the Bible and according to genetics, we are all brothers and sisters. Every single one of us. When I had sex with a woman, I had sex with my sister. And I had no choice about it. Because I don't want to have sex with something non-human.
Why?
That's gross to me. It's a personal preference thing. Someone else wants something else, hey, whatever. But me, I want, human, female specifically. That's what I want.
Robot women?
That would be okay if it fooled me enough, I guess. If I thought it was, a human, female.
I mean, it's not a human. I mean, it's not real. So does it being a robot doesn't really make it female, does it?
Yeah, that would be a turnoff for me. Like I said, if I was completely fooled that it was an actual human woman, then I wouldn't know the difference, I guess.
So kind of like the Matrix, doesn't matter if we can't tell the difference.
Something like that. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, I can't say that I object to something I don't know about. That would be silly, right? So
Sure.
I have to say that I would agree with something. It would be okay with me because I don't know about it. Not that I want to have sex with a robot who has fooled me into thinking they're a human being, but I guess I wouldn't object.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel bad about not tipping her.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Okay, so yeah, in the Bible and in genetics, actually, there's no one alive who isn't related anymore to genetic Eve and genetic Adam. By the way, they were in two different parts of the world and a really long time frame apart from each other. They didn't know each other, but we're all related to two human beings because ultimately you have to be.
You know what I started thinking at one time, Richard? I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but
Did your microphone die?
yeah, I think it did. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
When I was into the ancient alien thing, and they had like certain DNA archetypes, and these archetypes would be thrown into the DNA, and they would be processed so many times that eventually they would be coming back up again. The
Right.
certain sequences, which is why like you had like 8 certain people or 8 certain DNA strains that they started with, which is where they got this mix of everybody. But then you have doppelgangers everywhere because
Yep.
the DNA would come back and just wasn't. How would you say it? Like there was a lot of repeats.
Yeah. Well, we have.
Which is why you have certain facial features, facial types, head types
Sure.
by everybody that you can tell this guy looks just like him, but it's completely different DNA, but it's all. I used to think something along those types of lines. Not
Yeah.
anymore, but
Yeah. The way that human beings manifest their genetic code, there's very little difference between any of us. It's been estimated, like we look at chimpanzees, but we've done genetic survey of chimps, and actually they have a lot more genetic variety than we do. So the joke is, if you think they look alike to us, when they look at us, they think we really all look alike, like we're all twins.
that's funny.
I saw a paper going on 7 years ago now, where they compared the surveyed. Not that we've surveyed every human on the planet, we haven't. But the surveyed humans on this planet have less genetic diversity than 30 randomly selected German Shepherds.
I
And
believe
German
it.
Shepherds just overbred as hell.
Oh, I think at one point we were too. I mean, and that's how our lineage survived was for
Um,
inbreeding.
yeah, there's been a bit of that. Of course, the less multiplication of genetic deleterious mutations that you have, the more inbreeding you could do, and it just wouldn't damn matter. But we start multiplying these deformities, and eventually it becomes a problem. You end up with a non-viable animal, which is what we call born dead, or a non-viable infant or whatever like that. That's the beginning of that genome dying off. That's what that is.
How do we know we're not the non-viable?
Well, we're viable enough if you and I can like feed each other or feed ourselves and talk online. We're viable enough.
To ourselves, but what about a species above us?
Um, yeah, it's a really good question. Why the hell would the angels care? I think it's because they're humans, and I think I can show that from the text, and that's why they care. To some other alien species, we probably wouldn't matter very much. If Adam and Eve were on the opposite sides of the planet, how do you explain Genesis 1? Woman from the rib of a man, Richard Madsen. There's two stories of Adam and Eve. So one of them they're made, and one of them they're just put in the garden. So it's actually two very different stories. Looking into the words that are used there, I can say something like the first recollection of Adam and Eve represents man and woman on the planet, on this planet. The actual Adam and actual Eve, which is the second recollection of the story, happened at the beginning of human Homo sapien sapien in the universe, which didn't even happen on this planet. And when we say genetic Eve and genetic Adam, we're not talking about even the same time frame, or we're not even talking about they wouldn't even be able to interbreed. They're not even the same species of animal, possibly. So it's not really what I'm talking about when I say genetic Adam and genetic Eve.
They weren't even in the same timeline.
Right, right. I haven't looked it up, but apparently they were geographically and in time very distant from each other, which I have no problem with
Hey, Richard,
because I.
unfortunately, I got a boogie. I got my phone's about to die, and I don't want to leave you
All
hanging
right,
without
man.
any info.
Well, have peace, man. It's good.
Thank you,
Thanks for
brother.
dropping by and let me share some of your thoughts. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
What is this we have here? Does Rh negative blood mean anything to you or in your opinion? I'm sure it means something. I just don't know what it means. Um, According to the stories, like in the Bible with the original Adam and Eve, Adam is made by Satan and his crew and his scientists, and he's a derivative of the apes. which I believe we are related to apes. I have no problem with that. We're very different, but we're related. And their scientists were messing around with all kinds of stuff trying to make the perfect slave. All kinds of apes. So when there's all these different differences in genetics in human beings that can interbreed are the same species, and there's all these derivative bloodlines from within that, and things like Rh negative, Rh positive, all that stuff. It seems to me intuitive that would be there. What I should do is look into whether or not those things originated at the same time and in the same place and could have interbred on this earth in actual history. That would be interesting to look into. Why did a perfect God create slaves? Man, you've been exposed to too much Christianity. The God that created slaves was Elohim, not Yahweh. Yahweh is a perfect set for angels to follow concerning an earth. This. But Elohim just means powerful beings. It doesn't even mean our angels. It doesn't even mean that. And so why would an Elohim make slaves? Because they were slave keepers and they were not nice. And how do I know they were not nice? Because the story calls us Adamah, those that turn red in the face. All you got to do is get me laughing and I'll turn real red. So it doesn't make sense, assembly, to name something a name that doesn't differentiate it from other stuff. Like the reason we don't call everything cow or everything dog is because those aren't definitions if you call everything dog. Right? That wouldn't make sense. No, cow means a certain thing, and it means not dog and not deer and not goat and not ox and not bison and not buffalo and not... means it defines it, right? It puts it in a category. So we're named red face, and red in the face like the red clay soil of the earth, which, by the way, there's more than just red clay soil on this earth. Might be some other earth that's only red clay soil, but this one has different stuff. So to say something turns red in the face is to say that it's different from other stuff. Is that true? Well, everything I've ever seen, humans are the only thing that turn red in the face. Isn't that your experience? Do you know of something else that turns red in the face? Because I don't know of something. Now I have to ask the question, why do we turn red in the face? Embarrassment, love, anger, emotions. Our face turns red because we have emotions. So whatever named us was identifying us as having emotions. We turn red in the face, which is literally what Adam or Adamah, the plural, means. So in order that that's a differentiation against other things, it means everything else does not turn red in the face. Everything else doesn't express its emotions that way. That means the namer doesn't express its emotions that way. The namer doesn't have these emotions, doesn't turn red in the face, which means that the namer was without emotions. That makes it a non-human. So then I have to read the word Elohim under its definition that it could be non-human, which is a possibility, right? And of good versus evil Elohim, if it has no emotions, to me it's evil. So now I have evil Elohim made named Adam. It's necessary. Peace and respect, Jamie. Feel free to jump in and tell me why I'm stupid. That'd be awesome of you. So it seems evident to me the name Adama requires that the namer doesn't have emotions. which is what I call evil. I call that evil. An intelligent being that has no emotions. In fact, when we run into the occasional intelligent human being who has no emotions, we call them names. And sometimes we lock them away if they're dangerous. I just think that all of the demons are that dangerous. That is, they don't love you. Yes, black people turn red in the face too. Yes, of course. It's melanin. It's how tan are you? You can see age spots of melanin on me. Freckle. They used to be freckles. Now they're like age spots. Yeah, if you knew a even a very 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 dark skinned person, and you were used to seeing them in a certain condition, if they blushed, you'd know it. It's not invisible blushing. You'd see it. It's a comparative thing. But I don't know of other animals that blush. If you tell me an animal that blushes, I'll go look it up. As far as I know, that's just us, nothing else. Okay, you guys come in and start a conversation, or I shut it down and go smoke a cigarette. Your choice, whatever you like. Fine with me. Yes, Spock is evil compared to a human being. And by evil, I mean, well, not Spock, because he's half human, but his dad, like the Vulcans, are evil. You know? And try to understand it like you would like a psychopath. Now, not all psychopaths are dangerous murderers. They're not. But you could take a psychopath who's not a dangerous murderer, piss them off. They'll kill you. Because they don't care. They can't experience caring. Peace and respect.
Hello.
Sparkle. Hello.
I guess you didn't go smoke. The savior of the stream is here.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'd like someone to, unless you just want to field conversation with the side chat, or if we could let somebody else in, that would be cool.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can let anyone in. I don't know. I guess I'm the one who clicked the link.
Right on. I appreciate your consideration, bravery, etc. Bond. The last time I shaved was on the 9th of February 2012. Nope. No, wait a minute. That's not true. The morning of the 8th of February 2012 was the last time I shaved. I know that because I know when I got this message and I never shaved again.
The albino god has arrived. Yes.
Are you indeed the god of albinos?
I might as well be.
Sure, why not?
You know, I was the other day I was looking for, because I got curious, right? I was looking for like famous albinos, and there's actually this albino that lives in Georgia, not America, Georgia. I think UK Georgia, like white as hell, right? His name is Bera. He's a musician.
Okay.
He was 23 at the time that when they recorded the video on November 28th, 2018. So let's see. I guess he's like nearly 30. No. Hold on. Wow, my math sucks.
Mid-20s, something like that. Go on.
Yeah. So he's famous. He's doing his own thing. He didn't let anything stop him from achieving what he did. Interesting thing that I found interesting is that he had a supportive family. I also I also found five albinos who lived in Africa, who still live in Africa, and managed to manage to make a life for themselves, despite being in a country that basically wants to kill them for being different.
What? Why they want to kill him?
Well, people in Africa, in certain parts of Africa, believe that albinos are magic. That if you kill them, you
Oh,
grind their bones, you can make potions. But it's also
holy
fear.
cow!
Well, but it's also fear, right? Like people, people in certain parts of Africa are afraid of albinos. They think they think they're the devil. They think that they're evil. Many albinos get sold to shamans. So it's a horrible place to be in. There's actually a belief that if you there's actually a belief there that if you rape an albino woman, that
Yeah.
cures you of AIDS.
Okay, well that's crazy.
Well, yeah, well, there are a lot of crazy beliefs, Richard. So if anyone calls your belief crazy, they haven't seen nothing.
Yeah, no kidding. I've heard of stuff like that. Like there's all these like social rumors that go around because AIDS is so prevalent about how to cure AIDS, and it's all bullcrap, and none of it's medical, none of it, and they'll do just
Well,
crazy
yeah,
stuff to try to get rid of
especially
AIDS.
well, yeah, especially raping an albino woman. Like, hey guys, did you hear about this? Do you want to kill your AIDS? Rape an albino woman. I mean, rape an albino woman. The AIDS will just transfer from you to her, and you'll be free. And people believe that. What horror stories, dude? Ugh. Be thankful you're not albino, because not even animals like albinos. I remember reading this paper that talked about how this group of the monkeys or chimpanzees uh just beat the shit out of this albino child that was born in their tribe. Right? They murdered it. They ripped it apart. They bashed it against rocks. Just the most horrible things you can think of, just because the child was different,
Yeah.
right? And the mother was an outsider. It makes me laugh. It's you know
Okay,
what I
I
mean?
looked this up. I looked this up on George's recommendation. He said macaques blush. That's not true.
That's not
They
really
turn
blush.
they turn a red in the face as an expression of their social standings. That means that they're the best thing to mate with. It's not because they're embarrassed or in love or something like that. It's not an emotional thing. It's like a genetic thing, and it has to do with how well they're doing in their environment. It's horns on a deer. That's what it is. So yeah, you could technically say they blush, but I don't know if that's like really it. So I'm going to say, George, you're technically right, and from what I'm talking about, wrong. I'm going to go smoke, man.
Albinos. Well, okay. Well, go ahead.
Somebody come in. I really do want a cigarette. It's been like an hour. Oh my gosh, it's been almost 2 hours. No wonder I want a cigarette. Okay. You guys, somebody hit the link. Come in and talk with Raccoon Sparkle.
Or I could, just talk. I don't really get a chance to monologue because I don't
You
really have
do you
space
like monologue?
myself.
Does that sound cool to you?
Well, I mean, yeah. I usually do play better off of an audience. I do really need to learn how to monologue by myself. That's a thing. But yet, Midnight can hold the stream down. Like, hey, you know what? The man needs practice, and the man meaning me.
All right, man. Well, it's all yours. I can't give you. I'm not educated enough to give you the power to bring people in, but if you
Second, the freaking
guys
mom
are
is like,
still here when
nope.
I get back, I'd be happy to see you. And the floor is yours.
Like I honestly don't know what I did to you, second or freaking mom. But I'm like, you know what? Whatever. Oh well,
Peace and
hey, you
respect,
know what?
Hillary's.
You know what? Hillary's emails came on, which you know sucks. Screw you. I wanted to have my
Oh,
time.
No, I'm here to support your monologue. You say you work better with an audience.
Uh,
He's just upset because I'm not a Sparkle ally anymore.
yeah, well, you should be a Sparkle ally.
I am.
Everyone
I
should
am
be.
inside. In my heart, I'm still a Sparkle ally. Do your monologue.
Okay, well, let's see. I guess monologuing would be definitely. It's funny. Usually monologuing is reserved for like the villain, right? The villain speech. Like,
Construction techniques in Turkey.
how do I? Where do I go from there? Like construction techniques in Turkey.
He's trying to give you a subject.
No, well, no, I get it. I just don't know where to go with that. The
Well, go on with
construction.
your evil villain monologue. That sounded good.
Well, it's just funny, right? Like, in nearly nearly every story you have, right? The villain always has to give a monologue explaining why they did what they did, and it's great. Don't get me wrong. I do like a good villain monologue, but
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it would just be better if the villain is like, you know what, bitch, I'm just gonna fucking kill you, and not not give a monologue. Just leave something for the imagination. Although honestly, sometimes the villain monologue doesn't really make any sense, or actually raises more questions than it answers.
Mm-hmm.
If the villain is written right, anyway. If the villain is written
Uh
like
huh.
shit, then I don't know.
Uh huh.
Oh well, it's like you don't give a shit about what I'm saying. You go, uh-huh.
No,
It's like,
I'm just not gonna say anything because I don't have anything to say. That's all.
well, uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
It's like,
Mhm.
uh-huh.
Mhm.
That sounds so. This thing, this festival. I swear
I
to
know I'm a
God.
dick, huh?
I mean, and I'm an asshole. So there you go.
Well, there you go. We get along great.
Yeah. So everybody's in
What are
here.
you doing there? What are you doing there, Mr. Email?
Just chilling.
Cool, man.
Restarted my computer because my internet went out, so I had to reboot everything.
Right, right. Been there. Definitely been there.
You staying warm?
What are you guys talking about? Huh?
Oh, I was just asking if you're staying warm. We're not really talking about
What?
anything. Richard was explaining, giving some answers that people were asking questions about the Bible and his
Reading frame.
translation. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Sparkle was here when I came back, and he was supposed to give us a monologue.
Oh.
Well,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Well, monologuing is like I was born in a log cabin 38 years ago, and it was cold that day. I've been told. My
Mm-hmm.
mother, my mother was a seamstress working night and I don't fucking know. It's just,
Oh, now you're
uh,
just making shit up.
well, isn't that the point of a monologue? Just to make
Well,
shit up.
no, I thought a monologue was supposed to be like something. You
No,
know.
well, I mean, I guess I could just talk
Like
about how.
when I was a lad, way back in the
Okay,
yonder of
okay,
hills of
well,
West Virginia, back in the day when coal mines were prevalent and whores were few and far between.
okay, well, back in my day, I had to walk 15 miles to go to high school. You kids have it easy these days.
Yeah, they have
Okay.
shoes, bastards.
Right?
No, I'm kidding. I had shoes. But I did walk a mile and a quarter to the bus stop every morning. I mean, we had walked home a couple times and it was flooding and we had to walk through a flood to get home.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that
you
happened.
freak. I had to stay close since birth. That means that means no clothes. The same clothes since birth. Oh.
Yeah, all they cover right now is the top of his head and his nutsack. That's it. Nothing else is covered.
Sparkle just rolls that way.
That's how Sparkle rolls, man. That's right. That's all I need. I'm online with an avatar. What else do I need?
I wish I could live rent free in my apartment instead. Okay, where is that coming from? I I, I don't know. I think I said that. I wish I could live it. Okay, never mind. I don't know what she's saying. But so
Dome
Buck, or
of
sorry,
the
Beck, how
Rock.
are you?
Fuck. I'm gonna fucking kick your ass. I
Well,
hate that. So I hate. And you said it.
I mean,
I am doing all right. Just kind of hanging around. I thought I would come in case somebody wanted to come in because I let people in on this. I have the power. That's really the only reason I came in to give Richard a break because I didn't want
you
you here by
have the
yourself, and
power.
someone slipped
Oh,
in before
you
I could
have the
log in.
power.
So
Hmm. It kind of reminds me.
do
It kind of reminds
do
me of a
do do
song.
do. Like I've got the power.
Well, that and she's got the power. Oh, she's got the power. Man, I suck at singing. I shouldn't quit my day job of not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I've never gone after a singing career for a reason.
I mean, you
So,
should.
same reason as yours. I can't sing worth a shit.
Well, then you're not an albino because albinos apparently sing well. Just kidding. Only one of them apparently does.
Only one albino in the whole world. That's what you know.
Well, no, I think that's the one I just came across. Right,
Okay, I was just gonna ask you
Vera.
how you knew that. Like, is there a
Well, I
survey
looked
out
it
there
up.
for
I
that?
look. Well, no. I looked up famous albinos, and he happened to be one of them. Right, he's a musician.
Hmm.
Yes,
Excellent. So you know of at least one, is what you're saying,
I know of at
not
least one
just
that can
one.
sing. Is a musician.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. That's more viable. Okay.
I know
I'm good with
one.
that.
I know one who's a computer programmer. I know one who's a guy, who's a high school guidance counselor. Let's
Uh-huh.
see. I'm related to one who's also a programmer and another one who's a Spanish teacher. That's on my mom's side, right? My mom's cousin has two boys who are also albino, who have albinism. Uh,
Huh.
so yeah, it kind of runs in the family, right?
Okay.
As far as I know, me and the two brothers from the two brothers from my mom's cousin are the only albinos in the family.
Huh.
Yep.
It's interesting.
Yep.
No albinos in my family, man.
That you know of.
No albinos in my family. I know everybody in my family.
I am Italian.
Well, mainly because we had disowned the rest of Dad's family.
Yeah, well, that sucks.
Well, bunch of drunks, bunch of potheads and shit, but not like the good kind like me. Like the lazy kind. You ever seen a lazy cokehead? I have.
Mm,
And one of them became really famous for a long time there.
who?
Two of them actually have been are actors. One's an actor, one's an actress.
Really? Who?
And there are cousins. Second cousins. Michael Madsen and Virginia Madsen.
Interesting.
Michael Madsen was in the movie Species. He was the cop.
Oh, I love that movie.
Yeah, that's our cousin. When I was like 4, he was like 17 or 18 or something like that.
Well, I recently discovered that my dad's side of the family may have been may have been bankers, and also one of my ancestors supposedly who has my first name and last name was apparently I don't know if this applies to me because I don't know if I'm related to him, but but this ancestor was apparently part of the Council of Fascism. Like what the fuck? If that happens to be true, that I'm related to him, that's wow. Okay, like apparently this guy was was on the Council of Fascism.
Mm-hmm.
The Italian Council of Fascism. I don't know. I need to look it up again. But I was like, what the fuck?
Sounds exciting.
I mean, right?
Hi,
If I'm
brother.
related to him, if I'm related to him, then that's like, oh wow.
How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm better than I deserve. Especially since I just had my cigarette. I'm good to go for about an hour.
Sweet.
Recessive genes, nationality. Okay, remember, but my best, what? Oh, my best buddy Matt. This bitch used to say, if you're not crazy, you are a carrier.
Probably.
You're a carrier of crazy.
Nightmare
Yeah,
raccoon might
that's about
actually
right.
be a beneficial mutation. Eh.
I like that. I like
Michael
that.
Madsen is an albino, Italian.
No, he's not
No,
albino.
he's not. He's not fucking albino. He's like a 6'2" white dude who used to be a pothead and a cokehead when we were kids. When I was like 4 and 5, and Richard was like 8 and 9, something 7 and 8.
Well, Michael Madsen was in Reservoir Dogs, wasn't he?
That's right.
Yes, he was actually. Yeah, that's a newer one. Yeah, that's a good one. I liked Reservoir Dogs.
Me too.
Crazy movie, but it's good. It's well written. That's like Boondock Saints. Messed up movie, but very well written. Actors were great. Casting was great. Well, you can't be the only one looking like that on screen. I'll come up too.
Right on.
So what you think, brother? What I
He
miss?
ain't- He ain't nearly as pretty as he used to be.
Huh?
Michael.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me. I was like, well, yeah, that's true.
No, I mean Michael. Well, not all of us.
Yeah.
Age.
Oh no, he looks rough. He looks pretty rough now. Yeah, that's how he looked
Age
way
happens.
back when. Well, we saw him. He was way thinner than that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
that's
was
him.
pretty young. He was pretty young in this picture right here. He looks
Yeah.
more like this now. But he's all kinds of got Grandma Lawhun's chin, which is actually great Grandma Lawhun.
Yeah, Dad's grandma.
Let's see. Some of the movies you might recognize: Reservoir Dogs, Kill Bill, Donnie Brasco, Free Willy, Thelma and Louise, Species, Hateful Eight. There's just, I mean, he's been in so many darn movies.
He has.
It's ridiculous.
Well, now look up Virginia, Mad. So you might as well look her up too.
She has a ton of credits.
She played in oh shit, what's it called?
Dune.
That series Kevin Spacey was in.
House of
when he
Cards.
became president. Thank you, House of Cards. Yep, she was in House of Cards. That's her.
So wait, you mean to tell me that Michael Madsen was Bill?
I don't know what
No.
he played. I never watched that movie.
No, he was the hitman with the cowboy hat.
Oh, I thought he was Bill.
Yeah.
Good movie. I love Kill Bill, especially the anime section was just what the fuck.
I didn't
I
know
guess
there
no
was
one's
a
seen
part
it.
of that movie that was anime. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was really, really vicious
you
and
can-
brutal.
See, the one I
You can
know
see a
her
little
from is
Wendy in that
Candyman.
face.
That's the only one I know. Yeah, it looks a lot like she looks a lot like Wendy. That's true.
Yeah, she does.
Um,
Eyes
Gosh,
are different,
beautiful.
but
actually,
rest of it's
Aaron.
close.
I think Aaron looks a lot like her.
oh
Definitely
my
albino.
god, you're right.
Definitely
you're
albino.
right. No, she's
Ooh, the
fucking
number
awful.
23. I love that movie.
I mean, if you make the jaw more narrow, that looks just like Aaron.
Yeah, she
Our
really
niece.
does. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Oh my god, that's crazy. She just has a fuller face, and Aaron's
Yeah.
thinner, like a smaller
Yeah.
bone person.
But then Aaron's a lot younger than this too, so.
Well, yeah.
Obliterated. One episode as Marge.
Aaron's
One
like
day as a lion.
3 right now or something.
Ooh, interesting. One day as a lion. I wonder what's that's about.
Hey there, little Red Riding Hood. You sure are looking good.
Good.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with lions, unless you're referencing something else.
What are you talking about?
Well, I noticed one of the titles is One Day as a Lion.
Oh, okay. I don't see that one here, but I'm sure you have your own screen, don't you?
It's right under Obliterated.
Oh, those are
that's
the
right.
names
She
of
was
movies.
in Candyman too. I forgot.
That's the only way that I remember her, actually.
Sarah, American Badass, Behind the Monsters, Candyman, Operation Christmas Drop, That Click, Swamp Thing, that's a lot.
She was in
they were
Swamp
both
Thing.
in
I didn't know that. I remember
Well, your
her
cousin
from
is
that.
pretty famous.
Yeah, they're pretty famous. We never got a dime, just so you guys know.
Well,
forgot it. They forgot about us.
This whole side of the family.
That's what always happens.
Well, it's because
no.
Dad was in the military, and then he pretty much like abandoned his family back home, and then Vietnam and Korea didn't help him any.
He's all fucked up, and then he took off and abandoned us. And
oh, check this out! They're in a movie together called Being Michael Madsen.
Are you fucking kidding me?
There it is, right there.
Oh, I'm looking that up.
What the fuck?
No shit. Is it? I can't read. Is it just about his life? I'd love to watch that. See how much of a lie.
Actor Michael Madsen turns the tables on the notorious paparazzo Billy Dunt by hiring a trio of documentary filmmakers to chronicle dance lives, loves, and troubles. Michael Mangillo, director. What the fuck? This is such a weird fucking.
I thought it was like about his life, and I'm like, does it say he was a cokehead by 18? Did it say he recovered from it by about the time 25 to 28? Okay, there you go. That's real then.
And there's the dude he knows from Kill Bill, Carradine.
Oh, and, Robert Carradine?
No, not Robert Carradine.
Oh, David Carradine. What
was his friggin' David? I think that's right.
That's right. I think it was Rob. Anyways, it was his dad.
Yeah.
Old. He died a long time ago. David Carradine. I can't remember his dad's name. I don't think it's Robert, though. I think I'm wrong.
Anyway, there's that.
Kinda interesting, huh?
All right, Hillary's. You're the biggest religious expert on the panel right now. Hit me with what you got.
I would need a topic.
I tell you what, one of my favorite games is.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone can play this game. What's the most ridiculous story in any religion you know of?
Oh, it's hard. Do you want me to pick one?
It's an opinion thing. You can pick whatever you want.
I'm just kidding.
Probably the turtles all the way down.
The turtles all the way down. And you mean that not philosophically, but from the Native American tribe?
Yes.
Okay.
Just because we have satellites that can observe that we aren't standing on any turtles.
Yes, we're not. Yeah, I don't think it's literal.
No, but philosophically, who knows if we are?
Yeah, maybe.
But no, I was gonna say that for me, it's just it's the story of the king who needed 200 foreskins from Samson or somebody. It's like, why the fuck would you need 200 foreskins? Why? What? Yeah, okay. You want the guy to marry your daughter, but why? What? I don't know.
No, that's a good one. That's a great one. That's an excellent one to talk about. Yeah. Peace and respect, flow state. If I didn't say hello to you earlier, I can't recall. I think I didn't. Okay, so What does the foreskins represent in this story?
Um, I suppose people.
Enemy soldiers.
Well, they come from people who are enemy soldiers. That's true. But what does the foreskin mean?
That the guy's dead.
No.
Because
Circumcision.
you got his foreskin. He's probably dead unless you knocked him out first.
It
Yeah, I
means
know, but
circumcision.
yeah, I know, but they weren't getting 200 foreskins from babies. I think these were actual grown men that were getting killed.
There have been plenty of grown men who got circumcised. It's true. Now, what's the word circumcision mean?
I have no idea.
It means to
foreskin?
repent.
I don't know.
No, it means to repent and accept the right God. That's what
So
it means.
why are people cutting off the ends of their dicks for that? I don't understand.
Yeah,
that's a tradition on this earth.
Excuse me.
Fucking weird.
But when even in the New Testament, where Jesus says, and it professes that he's the fulfillment of the Old Testament, he defines what circumcision means, saying the important circumcision is the circumcision of the heart and the lip, not the foreskin. It's what you feel in your heart and what comes out of your mouth.
Comes out of your mouth. I knew you were going to say that.
It's not about cutting. It's not about genital mutilation at all. Even though in the past, in history, it has been, that's not what it's supposed to mean. Okay, so if I said there was one who was told he didn't get his wife, the wife he wants, until he goes and makes people accept the right God.
Missionary?
Yes, it's a missionary. That's right. It's not talking about killing people. It's not talking about genital mutilation. Not at all. That is a Christian misunderstanding, and the Jews hold the misunderstanding too, by the way. And I think I can show that, where it uses things like the word knife, which is the same as dart, which is the same as spear, which is the same as sword. It means something that divides. It means a device for dividing. And you can even go online and look up sword, and never guess what you'll find there. A Bible.
No.
Yes, it's not actually a sword. And this explains also why there's a sword proceeding out of the mouth in the book of Revelation, him who is like unto the Son of God. He's got a sword proceeding out of his mouth. It's not that he goes into battle swinging his head around. That's not what it's about. It's about telling a truth. And then what is it, Hillary's? I'm bad at placement. Is it Isaiah that has the armor of God, and it talks about the sword of truth? And Christians normally accept that sword means truth, knife means truth. So if you use a knife to circumcise someone, you testified to them as a missionary telling them the truth, and they changed their mind. It's not about killing folks at all.
Well, that's disappointing and boring.
Sorry it's so boring. No, but you raise a good point, Beck, because they made it overblown on purpose.
I know they did.
To make it
big
interesting and memorable and
exciting.
Yes, exactly.
So that's all
what
the
they
people
do
would
with
go, okay, I want to follow you.
Right, it's memorable. It's exciting. And
they
frankly,
just say, I love you. And people are like, oh, I want to be loved. I mean, who doesn't want to be loved? Especially when you have a shit life and you need a crutch, They just suck them
absolutely.
in.
That's why I've always believed that religion is actually a parasite, right? People say, religion brings people together. Religion is good for community. Okay,
who said that?
Sure. A lot of
people. Within that specific community, it brings them together, and you could call that good. But
I know, but I'm saying I'm saying that people say people say that religion itself is what brings people together, not not you know not not wanting to belong, like not the not our nature, right? Like the religion itself is responsible for that. When I just see it as, okay, well, people naturally want to belong, they want to feel accepted, they want a sense of community and belonging, right? Like that that sense of community and belonging can be found everywhere, or anywhere. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Atheists have a sense of belonging and community, right?
Yeah, we have
Does that
atheist
mean?
churches now. Yeah, we do. I'm
Basically,
not
yeah.
kidding you. No, there are literal atheist churches.
Mm-hmm.
I could show you YouTube channels of atheist churches. For real. I'm
Okay.
not saying every atheist
Oh, I don't doubt it.
participates.
I don't doubt it.
I mean,
I mean,
are
there's
you talking
plenty of
about are you
Christians
talking about
that don't
Satanism?
go to church.
I'm talking about
So-
atheistic churches where they like rent a hall and get together and talk about life and community and law and, civil matters, stuff like that.
Yeah.
DeFreak pointed out Ephesians 6, so here's Ephesians 6. There's so much of this. There's no part of the Bible that isn't interesting to me. This parents right here, meaning the people who birthed you, right? And then father and mother right here is male and female God, as in us that created you, that you may have a long life. Did they add earth right there?
Yes. I don't remember that being there anyways, unless I read a corrupted version.
Well, you remember it from Catholicism where they don't use this translation.
Oh, well, that's true. Valid.
Okay. Land, standing place. Earth as opposed to heavens. Okay. Soil. It's not Earth the planet. It's Earth dirt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not talking about a long life on the planet.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't think that was there before.
Country, earthly, in your world, in your earth. I think it refers to heaven actually, because that's the house that it's really talking about. Yeah, obviously, like if you reject heaven, you're not going to have a long life in heaven. That seems evident to me. Honor thy father and mother. Yeah. Okay. Fathers, provoke not your children. I wonder what part did the freak say? What part they were talking about? Ephesians 6. It's wanting to know the meaning of life and reality considered a crutch. It depends on how you look at it and how you're using it, the freak. For some people, it is a crutch. Yeah.
I didn't say I didn't say everybody. I'm just, when I say stuff like that, I mean like the majority that I know of.
If I actually, Beck, I could really support your crutch assertion in the example of David Wood, who is diagnosed literally a psychopath who tried to kill his dad and then became a Christian and said, well, I need to do this even if I don't feel it.
I mean,
Wow. Okay.
I would say that's still a crutch, but he needs that crutch, right?
That's what I'm saying. It's a good crutch for somebody like that.
Well, yeah, it's a good
I was gonna
crutch
say
for
it might
now.
not. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad crutch. Yeah, it's like, oh, I need hope in my life because my life sucks. I'm not picking on them about it. I mean, I kind of pity people that are like that. It's sad that their life sucks so bad that they think that's good. So, I feel bad for them, but I'm not like dogging everyone out because that's what they believe. That's on you, man. I'm not wasting my life on it.
Beck, I think you'd agree with me that I was actually relatively happy and fairly well adjusted, and
yeah, we both were.
Yeah.
Except for my
When I
craziness.
got religion.
Oh, when you got religion?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you changed a lot. You sure
But I
calmed
wasn't
down a bit.
unhappy and desperate and depressed and needing a
No.
crutch or whatever like
No,
that.
you had your own shit going on. You were like repairing vehicles on the side, doing like, anyways, yeah, all kinds of shit. Yeah,
I mean, I thought I was okay.
yeah, you were. Actually, you were probably better than you'd been in a while. Right before.
Yeah, I was doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually kind of a high point in my life. Everything was pretty good.
Yeah, for like 3 or 4 years there or something, right? How long were
Yeah.
you with her?
With who? Which one?
Heather.
Heather?
Wasn't her name Heather? The last one?
Let's see. When I met her, the baby was like 2.5. And then I left her, the baby was like 4 or 5, maybe 6 years old, something like that. I can't really remember.
Yeah, so 3-ish, maybe 4
3-ish.
years. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was somewhere around there.
Hey, Hillary's, where do you find Armor of God? That
I
section,
don't know.
where's that?
I'm
I
not
don't
good
know
with
either.
that. Knowing where, which books and stuff it's in.
Neither right? Are you saying that neither are right? Talks.
What are you?
I personally have a amulet of power with my armor, and yeah, I'm playing RuneScape right now. You know I am. Anyways,
I recently got into Minecraft against my better judgment, but
he said that's a Minecraft joke. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of figured we were going there, buddy.
Yeah, something I could
Crutch,
never do
not
is like
clutch.
chapters and verses. Oh, here it is. I found it. Oh, that's why he was saying Ephesians. It's in Ephesians 13. Wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that may be able to withstand the evil day, and having done all, to stand. Girding your loins, breastplate of righteousness, gospel of peace. There, your feet are shod with the gospel of peace. Shield of faith. Helmet of salvation. Where's is the sword of God in here? Sword of truth, whatever. What is that? Is that one of these? Or is this the wrong section? It's not,
I thought I
maybe
just
it's
saw
not
Sword
presented
of
that
God
way.
somewhere.
I don't know. Maybe I went over it too fast.
Oh, armor. The whole armor of God is what I saw. Okay.
Yeah.
Why will they need mechanics in heaven? Well, Ox, according to Richard's reading frame, they're going to pick us up in spaceships, and that's how we're going to live
Spaceships.
until we get somewhere. So I think you might need some mechanical engineering type people.
There'll be engineers in heaven, that's why.
That's right. Beam me up, Scotty. There's no intelligent life down here.
There's also going to be apparently people who care for dinosaurs, and people who are farmers, and just, I mean, jobs you probably can't even think of, because in a highly
I want
advanced
to pick
society
my own
there'd be.
job.
Yeah, I'm sure you're perfect for something.
Yeah, I just don't know what the fuck it is. Counting
Well,
children. That's what I'm good
maybe
at. I'm counting.
maybe
good at
that
counting
job
things.
doesn't exist here. I really think the
Touche.
job that I'm perfect for doesn't exist here, because I've never really
Really?
found something I loved. I've never
Yeah,
found
me
something I
either.
love doing. I mean, there's stuff I'm okay with or enjoy, sort of, but nothing like I'm really crazy about.
Well, I always at least sort of enjoy it until I do it for like 2 years, and then I fucking despise it, and I never want to do it again.
Yeah.
That's the problem I have. I can't.
Okay,
I
I
can't
have to
stay
stop
somewhere
saying
past a
that.
year.
So, apparently in Ephesians is not the phrase sword of truth. It's just not there. Or at least I don't see it.
Can't you look up Sword of Truth and who's he? What's it?
Yeah, let's try it. Zero times in the King James translation.
Well, that's gonna be hard to find in there then, huh?
No, it just may be a different translation.
Well, I'm saying in the. Never mind. I
In the
meant for
King
the
James.
King
Yeah, if
James.
it's not the King
Yeah,
James, it'd be
that's what you
impossible
said.
to find. Not hard. Impossible.
No, it's just not there, right? That's what I'm saying. Right. NIV. Nope.
Wow. It's funny because so many Christians still hold this like reading frame for the word sword. And then it's like in none of the translations. That's like never do those two words show up together.
Hell if I know. Doesn't look good right now, to be honest with you.
That's like 6 in a row. It's not there.
Uh-huh. How many
Maybe
freaking
sword of
different versions
righteousness?
do you? How many different versions do you have in there, Richard?
All of these.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna play my game. You let me know when you find it.
Maybe those two words are not side by side anywhere in the text. Any of the
Maybe.
translations.
Yeah. I mean,
But it
would
doesn't
it
mean
matter if you didn't put the of in it, or no?
I didn't put the of in it.
That's why I was asking. Would it matter?
You mean I should? No. If those two words are in close proximity, the search engine is designed to bring it up.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
They just have to be like within 30 words of each other.
Oh, okay.
Something,
Well, yeah, that's
something
funny.
like that. I don't know exactly how many words. They can be a few words apart. It would still bring it up.
Touche.
All right, so let's another ridiculous story. Let's play that game. How about talking donkeys and snakes? Everybody always picks on the talking donkeys and snakes.
I don't think there was any talking snakes, anyways. It's probably a metaphor. Nothing else makes sense.
I think it is a metaphor, but I think all of it makes sense as a metaphor, so it's not like cherry picking.
No, I
Which
meant
is
in the
logically
Christian
fallacious.
form. In the Christian form, it makes no sense to me, is what I was saying. Which is why it would have to be a metaphor.
Right.
You read it, it doesn't make sense.
But it's not cherry picking to say it is a metaphor because it works for all of the description of the Snake Nebula.
Yep.
Every bit of it. That women are on average motivators of men, that there were more women in NASA than men, that helped do the maths and create the space telescopes and blah, blah, blah.
Keep going, yep.
And it just keeps going on like that, that the woman is tempted by the serpent. Yes, absolutely. And men wouldn't, I don't know, brush their teeth. Men would have invented beer still without women, I think.
Yeah, that's what would have happened. But they'd have no
been...
teeth and they'd have huge beer guts.
Oh, it's gigantic.
Everybody. That's funny. Probably not far off from the truth, though.
I don't know. I'm not going to worry about where that.
And every bar and restaurant would be like Hooters. Every establishment would be like Hooters.
Wait, who's gonna wear the Hooters uniform?
Yeah, if there's no women, are the guys gonna be wearing thongs or what?
No.
Wait, there's no women?
Yeah.
What? No women. If there were no women.
Oh, if there were no women at all. Oh, okay.
Right. If men just got fatter and fatter and split in half to make more people.
You know, that's funny because I had a friend where, you know, men were like, the guys were like picking on women, like, you need us, blah, blah, blah. You can't have babies without us. And this chick goes, do you know how much sperm is donated in the United States every year? And the guy's like, I don't know. And she's like, well, there's like millions and millions and millions and millions of sperm that are frozen right now. And he's like, what's your point? And she goes, do we need you? And he was like, oh shit.
That's a limited. That's bad. That's bad reasoning. That's a limited supply.
No. Well, you're going to have boys anyways.
Oh, okay.
It's
and
not
then
like
what?
That sperm is only for girls. What? What do you mean?
And then what?
They'd have to milk them like that.
Then you have men again.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you got rid of the other ones that were assholes. You can train these better.
Okay, you could do without men for a time. I agree.
Yes,
for
you
a
could.
time. I don't know what that amount
Well,
of time
just
is.
like you can't do without women for very long. You can actually get get away with being without men longer than you can without women.
I think the
because of-
system as it is works just fine, actually.
Yeah. Well, anyways, the point is you can't be without either one and have a society that
Right.
grows and doesn't die out. Period. Period. And it doesn't matter like male or female when it comes to jobs. That's absolutely asinine. I know women that are working on the lasers for NASA and men that take care of older people at night and wipe their butts. So, you know,
Yep.
that whole thing is ridiculous. And that's what they want to do.
What the heck am I hearing people yelling in the background? How?
I don't know who's got that going. One of y'all.
It sounds like somebody talking in tongues.
It's from Hillary.
Hillary's, you got
Midnight
somebody
muted.
speaking in tongues in the background or something?
Yeah, it's the game I'm playing. I'm trying to reset the sounds.
Oh, okay.
Speaking in
won't pick up
tongues.
now.
What are you playing?
I don't know. It's
War
a hell of a
Thunder.
game.
And I'm
Oh, is
playing
that?
with crew company or the crew country is whatever vocalization it is, and I'm playing an Italian ship.
I have no idea.
I don't know
I'm
games.
lost, but that's okay. As long as you like it, buddy, that's what matters.
How's the court case going, Beck?
Oh my God!
That sounded bad.
The state
Wait,
just
this has
rested.
nothing to do with the court case. Has nothing to do with Beck. I just want to say
No.
that.
No.
I was gonna say.
It
Like,
is
what the
not-
fuck? What did you do?
I am not in this murder trial. I am just helping someone broadcast it every day. So
Okay.
basically, the state finally rested after 20 days. They were supposed to be done with this trial in 2 weeks. So after 20 days, the state finally rested, and the last guy they had on there pretty much convinced me that he did it. Because there was one thing. There was a piece of evidence found down the road,
Yeah.
a quarter mile past his second driveway. He's got a 1,700-acre farm, a hunting farm. So he always goes out. His first driveway goes to the left. He went out and went to the right past his other driveway and went the way that's an extra 8 minutes to his mom's house.
Uh-huh.
And then after he went down the road about a quarter mile, he was speeding up, got up to 48.50, slowed down to 42, right where her phone was found. And then in about 3 minutes, he was up to 80, flying down the road, a 55-mile-per-hour road, trying to get to his mom's, and it made him 4 minutes late because he went the wrong way. And the GPS showed it. There is no doubt at all he went that way.
Right.
And that he slowed down right where
At
her
that
phone
area.
was thrown out. I'm done.
Right.
He did it. I'm done.
Yep.
Now, why he did it, I don't know. Some people think it started out as an accident and he just kept shooting them. Some people think he went after him. Some people think that he went after his wife and his son tried to stop him, but he asked his son and his wife to be there that night specifically around the same time. He planned it. Oh, and he said to somebody, yeah, whoever did this must have planned it for a long time. Why would you say that? Oh, and while he's waiting for 911, his friend sent a text of a woman in just a swimsuit to all the guys, right? Guy group text. And he went online looking at restaurants while he was waiting for the cops to get there, standing by his car, staring at his dead family. That was it.
Okay.
I'm done with it. There's no way he didn't do it. There's just no way.
He's browsing
Who walks
restaurants.
Let me ask you this. Let's just do an emotional point of view for 1 second, right? Who walks up, you find two of your loved ones not just dead, but their heads are blown out. They're slaughtered. This is your wife of 20 some odd years. This is your baby boy. This is your son that you're proud of and you hunt with and all this stuff. Wouldn't you run up and like grab him and be covered in blood by the time the cops got there? He didn't have a drop on him.
I'd be checking
Not
out
a drop,
restaurants
not on his
because-
shoes, nothing. I'm sorry.
I'd be checking out restaurants because I'm thinking, man, I know how stressful this is going to be on me later. I better go eat.
Yeah, I should go eat as soon as I get done calling all of my family and my friends in the law firm. So there's like 8-10 lawyers that show up and are tromping through the freaking house. But he never called his wife's family. They found out through the grapevine. He never called them.
Okay.
Somebody
Okay.
finally
If he
called them.
did, okay, here's a question. If he did do it, wouldn't he have? Wouldn't he have blood on him? Like, how
Well,
did
he
he
would have,
manage? How did he kill?
except the shirt, the two shirts he was wearing, right before, within 20 minutes of that happening, of the start of time of death of the murders, which they have like a 20-minute window. The pathologist got it down, narrowed it down really good. The two shirts he was wearing a t-shirt and then a blue button-up shirt over top of it, and then some khaki pants and the shoes. The shoes, his underwear, and his two shirts are gone. The only thing that remains is khaki pants, and there's nothing on the khaki pants. Doesn't mean he didn't get it on the top of him, but everything else disappeared. Both the guns disappeared. The guns were owned by the family, purchased by him and his wife. The bullets they used were reloads that looked just like the reloads in a box of shotgun shells that they reloaded their own shotgun shells. The striations on the cartridges match the striations from the guns in the house that were used previously that disappeared and were stolen. Oh, and wait a minute. Just to clinch it, and then I'm going to stop you guys. Right the day this happened, the chief financial officer of his law firm came to him and said, "We know that you stole like $10 million and you're fucked. You're done." And then about 4 hours and 50 minutes later, he killed his wife and his son.
So, wait a minute. Wait.
Oh, there's more. Would you like to hear the rest of it? No, it's really complicated.
Jesus
This
Christ.
guy is an
I don't mean-
absolute white privileged Southern dumbass. He thinks he can get away with anything.
Look.
He was borrowing money from one bank and putting it in the other, and then borrowing it from here and putting it over here, and then borrowing it from here and putting it over here. And he was just switching around. He was just doing a Ponzi scheme.
Well, just to be clear, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing that two people are dead. I'm laughing at the sheer insanity of what you're telling me. Right?
Yeah.
This motherfucker was gonna go down for stealing $10 million, and he thought his best idea to get away with that, is to kill his. What?
Wait,
Did
it
he
gets
have
better.
big
It
insurance
gets
policies
better.
on him?
A year before
my
the shootings, his son got drunk. He was underage. Borrowed his brother's. His brother got a fake ID so he could go buy beer himself at 18, 19 years old. Got in the family boat with all of his friends. Nobody knew this except for his brother Buster, the older kid that was like 22 at the time or 21. He goes out on the boat. He wrecks the boat. Girl dies. That kid was about to go to jail. And because of the boat wreck, Paul Murdaugh was going to have to pay out like $7 million or something like that for the hurt, dead, and people. There was like 3 hurt, 1 girl died. They didn't find her for like 2 days.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, there's so much. Oh, wait, there's more. He was cheating on his wife and he was a drug addict. I'm not even
But
kidding
wait,
you.
there's more.
He cheated on his wife 15 years before.
Pregnant.
So he was acting weird. Recently, she thought he was cheating again. And we thought, oh, it was the drugs. They knew about the drugs the whole time. The whole family did. They were like watching him. They were taking turns going, "Daddy, you're not taking drugs, are you?" Like his children and his wife.
Like, how?
Craziness.
I'm sorry. I can't. This story is just way too fucking insane for me. Motherfucker gets told that he's gonna go down for stealing $10 million. His response to get out of that is to kill his family.
Did he have a big
Therefore,
insurance
by
policy?
going to jail for murder rather than stealing $10 million. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Yeah, and
I
there's
needed
still
that
more
laugh.
to the details. It's ugly. It's just the whole thing's ugly. She was about to leave him. That farm they were living on was in her name. She was about to get an appraiser look at it. She was going to move to another house. She was going to like divorce him. The kids were grown and pretty much on their own. Oh, it's ridiculous. And what's
Did the
really
wife and
crazy is
son have big insurance policies?
she's my age and he's 10 years older. She's dead at 52 fucking years old. No, 53 years old.
Jesus.
Yep. Yep. That's what he
Sam
did.
Bankman-Fried.
Sam Bankman-Fried. No, that's the guy that did the screwed up everybody with the Bitcoin shit, the NFTs, whatever they're called. That online money shit that I think is absolutely ridiculous and I will never take part in. You just don't have the gun.
Hillary's,
Yeah,
I think you
exact
tried
rock.
like 3 different times to say the same thing, but I don't think anybody ever really heard you.
Okay, yeah, I was asking, did the wife and son have big insurance policies or something that he was hoping to recoup that 10 million?
This is funny. Are you ready?
Uh-huh.
He didn't have insurance on him. He used to tell people he did. He said, "Oh, when I die, my kids are going to get 10 million or 20 million or something crazy, 200 million, a lot of money." And then the CFO dug through, and not the CFO, the SLED, which is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, and the cops and FBI and shit, like FBI and everything was in this. This wasn't just a local cop case. This got ugly. Damn, what was I gonna say? Oh fuck, I lost it. Man, I'm so ADD. Sorry, guys. I'll think of it in a minute.
Southern law enforcement got involved in it. Insurance on kids and wife.
Thank you. They did it. They checked everything. They looked for every bank account. He had stolen $10 million total over the last 15 to 20 years, and there was still 7 million listed missing. There was 3 million accounted for. So they were digging through his life trying, and I still say he's got it overseas in his wife's name or son's name or the dog's name or something. I swear to God he does, because he was moving money around to trusts, and one's in Maggie's name and one's in Buster's, and then he took it out of this one, he put it over in this bank, and like he was shisty shit. But anyway, so they dug through everything and said all he has is hunting insurance. So if anybody gets hurt on his property hunting, his ass is covered. And he had property insurance, of course, because you have to have that.
Okay. So now it's.
Oh, wait a minute. The housekeeper tripped over the dog and fell down the stairs. She was like 48 years old, single mom of 2 sons. One's a nice kid. The other one is severely mentally handicapped. And she falls down the stairs, hits her head, dies. He's like, "I'll get a hold of the insurance. I got you guys. I'll take care of you." These kids are like 16 and 18 years old. The 16-year-old's almost totally disabled, can't be alone more than like 20 minutes at a time. And so they lose their mother, have no father. Father left when they were like babies, right? So he's like, I got you. And he's like, we're going to get you each $100,000, and I'm going to hook you up, man. $100,000. He got a $3.5 million settlement. No, $4.5 million settlement. Never told the kid, pocketed it for his drugs. And so then the defense, when the kid was on the stand, he goes, "Well, you ended up with 1.8 million more." What did you just say? It's not okay, man. Oh, and you know how long it took him to get to get the $200,000? He never gave him a dime. They had to sue him. It was like 3.5 years, and the kid finally said, "Look, I really need to know what's going on about the money. My extended family's bugging me. Like, what's going on?" And then he wouldn't give him any money, so they sued him, and they took like 90% of the money and put it in a trust fund under some kind of foundation in his mom's name to help people. That's what they did with the money.
Okay, so
Good
okay,
kids.
so I guess it's starting to make sense to where the guy's like, "Hey, we know you stole $10 million, and we're gonna get you." So the next day or whatever, he kills.
No, that same day.
Okay,
Same day.
the same day. He kills
4.5
his family.
hours later.
4.5 hours later, he kills his family because, hey, you know what? I got insurance on these people. I'm gonna kill them and collect it so I can pay it back. Like, oh,
I think
shit.
what he was going to do was take out Paul and his wife and then shoot himself, because his big goal this whole time is all he's been saying since he's been in and out of jail is, "I want to make sure Buster's okay. I want to make sure Buster's set up. Buster's his baby boy now all of a sudden." So that's all he's been saying. So he was, and then after the murders, 3 months later, he tried to have his friend kill him on the side of the road. He didn't have the balls to do it himself, guys. That's the problem. That's why it wasn't a murder suicide. I think he killed him and said, "Oh fuck no, that shit looks like it hurts. I'm not doing that to myself." And he tried to get out of it. Because
But
then
you
3
could have
months
done it
later,
quick.
he's got his cousin going, "Here, shoot me in the head. Shoot his drug dealer. Shoot me in the head. I'll pay you." And then the guy doesn't shoot him. He tries to shoot himself in the head, and he just glances
Okay,
and lives.
apparently,
Now here he
apparently,
is. He said
apparently
he
my
can't do anything
cousin,
right.
apparently my cousin had more balls in him to kill himself than this guy did. Obviously,
Who takes a 22 pistol and aims it at your head like this? He aimed it at his head like this. A 22 pistol, and it just glanced off. It fractured his skull a little bit. Had a brain bleed for a couple days. He was fine within a week. Couldn't even kill himself,
he
right?
could have. He could have just put a gun in his mouth and shot the back of his head.
Yeah, but he didn't do it. He couldn't do it. That's what I'm saying. Why else would he go down to the other guy? And he said he wanted to kill himself so Buster could have all his life insurance money. But the CFO had just said he didn't have any life insurance. So how stupid are you? Oh, and he took he made sure he had an insurance card with him from the housekeeper, just in case he needed the insurance, so he can get billed for the hospital bill. I can't even make it up, man. I can't make any of it up. It's ridiculous. Like, we were trying to be partial. We're all like, today, we're like, nope, that's it. We're done. We're done.
I'm interested to know, Copperhead, is this actual solipsism, or is this kidding around solipsism?
I really hope it's the latter.
It's hard to tell. I'll argue against solipsism.
Well, I guess Mr. Email knows Mr. Copperhead.
No, I don't. I was just joking back when I saw it.
Oh.
I figured he was joking.
My fellow VAT buddy. I get it now. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, here's my thing about solipsism. Okay, if I'm a solipsist and I believe all of you are just figment of my imagination or just NPCs, then wouldn't you see me as an NPC as well if you were a solipsist? Like, do two solipsists see each other as NPCs but themselves as,
Not
you know what I mean?
necessarily.
No, just each one is narcissistic and thinks that.
Like,
I think it's a version of narcissism, but what do I know?
I mean, I can tell you right now that narcissists do not love themselves. They, in fact, hate themselves so much.
Well, I didn't say they love themselves. They're just trying to convince everybody else to love them. They think everyone else should automatically love them. No, they usually don't love themselves. I understand that. They actually think, but that the love part doesn't matter because they're above all that. They think they're better than all of that.
Well, I'm definitely better than everyone else here, but I still like to learn from others.
Yeah, but that's such a low bar.
I dated one. That was enough for me. I'll never do that again.
Well, you dated who? A narcissist?
Narcissist. People just need to have labels. Just put on your head, I'm fucking crazy, bipolar, wear a shirt.
I was born.
Let's just be honest. You're gonna find out anyways.
I was born into a
people?
family of narcissists. NPDs. That was fun growing up in a household that treated you like shit for being different and smarter than they were. Like I'm not trying to sound arrogant here, but
no, there's a difference between arrogance and honesty. You're not pumping yourself up. You just made a statement. It's fine.
But Sparkle, like for instance, I say I'm a communal solipsist. So there's this story, sci-fi story, where there are these 12 people in a mountain chalet, and they were up there for skiing, and they go all through the story, and then weird stuff happens. They try to escape. They realize weird things are happening that shouldn't be happening in reality. And then at the very end, we find out that they're all on this spaceship in cryogenic sleep, but they're sharing a communal mind so that their minds don't go crazy and stop.
I mean, that's not really solipsism.
It is. It's communal solipsism because each of their brains were connected to the other brains, but it was only what their brains came up with, not what their bodies gave them for sensory input.
So then, by that logic, the Matrix is solipsism.
Yes.
Yeah, until he disconnects. Yeah.
I mean, I've never heard, I never came across somebody making the argument that the Matrix is solipsism or has a solipsistic element.
Well, it's communal solipsism. It's not strict solipsism.
Well, okay, I never even heard of anyone making that argument that the Matrix is communal solipsism.
You know what's
Well,
really
Like
what
sad
it's
here?
a
it is.
shared simulation, sure,
Yeah.
but
What's sad about that, Sparkle, is you can never say that again your whole life.
Yeah.
say what?
You've
That you've
never
never
heard
heard of
anyone
that.
say that.
You guys are just fucking with me.
Because now you have. Now you can never say it honestly again. I just watched part of you die. That was amazing.
Yep.
Wow, that's dark.
No. We die all the time. We die every day.
Oh shit. I'm missing the game party. Okay. So you're good, brother. I really just came in to give you a break and then I started talking to you guys. So I'm gonna get out of here. Enjoy your religion talk. I'm gonna go play stupid, silly games and laugh with some people. Peace. Love y'all.
Peace.
All right.
Love you.
Take care.
Bye. I am a raccoon and I wanna be free. Do you see a raccoon? Look inside of me.
Okay. I have no
I don't
idea
know.
what that was about. Alrighty
Okay,
then.
so Richard, why is your screen going all wonky? All
It's because I have bad lighting for my green screen. And it's like impossible to get it perfect. No matter where I put it, there's some amount of sacrifice. I have to sacrifice something somewhere.
Okay, Richard, I have a quick question for you. Have you
Go
ever
ahead.
seen the original Independence Day, like the first one?
Yeah, I saw that years and years ago.
Okay, so you do remember how the mothership was a lot bigger than planet Earth, so it sent out smaller ships, right? Who were still the size of cities.
Okay.
Okay, isn't that what you basically your spaceship is in the back? To where each circle, is it's its own, I guess, sub ship that disconnects from the mothership.
I'm not sure they ever like physically connect or in any way. They might be like shuttlecraft that go between them. I'm not really sure about that part. It doesn't say. But yeah, where that was weird.
Yeah, right. It's like a ghost saying, "Fuck off."
I just kicked something off a shelf. That's all. Where sorry about that, guys. Where the mercy seat or habitation of God, yeah, it's bigger than this planet.
Yeah, I was looking at I was looking like there. Talk pointed out that that's actually a moon and the spaceship, and I was like, oh shit, that's right. That is a spaceship. Like what the fuck? So that's why I got to thinking of okay, there's like 24. So yeah, like 24, 6. Like you know what I mean. Each one is its own separate thing that disconnects.
Right.
Hey guys. Sorry, and hovers over each major city, like in the
Yeah,
movie Independence Day.
yeah, something like that. But these being 1,500 miles across, the smallest ones, these smallest ones would reach about halfway across the United States and it'd be sticking up into outer space.
Hmm.
So at our thickness of atmosphere, it can't even get completely into our atmosphere.
Well, Well then, good. Well then, good luck. Well then, good luck getting on the ship. How the hell are you gonna get on the ship if there's no way to get the ships here?
No, no. According to the stories, depending not at from sea level, but from ground level, they hover at about 3,000 feet off the ground. So they're well into the atmosphere, and any doors that are in the bottom portion of it, we could go in through those doors, no problem. It's just they're so dang big that they'd be simultaneously sticking up into outer space. And those are the small parts. So I think if you took 29, let's say they were all the same size of 1,500 miles across, and you evenly spaced them all over the Earth, there's nowhere on the planet you wouldn't be able to see one. You know, because they're
Yeah.
just that big. Yeah.
Well, anyways, Richard, I should probably go. I've been trying to go to sleep earlier and actually sleep 8 hours, although it's hard to do. But
Right on.
so I will talk to you later, my man. And
All right.
Hillary, come on, man. Sparkle's ally, come on,
Oh,
get back. We need you.
okay,
I need you.
okay.
The entire the entire albino raccoon race needs you.
What are we talking about?
There was a time where Hillary here put a picture of a raccoon in front of a pride flag, and
Yeah.
it said Sparkle's ally,
Yeah,
and now he's not doing it anymore. He removed it.
that was
True
over on
Joe.
Brojo and William Freeman's channels.
Yeah.
If I popped up here like that, then Richard wouldn't know it was me.
I would now.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thanks for coming by, Sparkle. Appreciate
Well,
that.
you're welcome. I'll just say that Hillary, in that picture, you look dead inside.
Yeah, thank you.
You look dead inside. God damn, bro. I mean, I get it, right? CEO of a jail, you get no fucking respect. So it's like, anyways, bye.
All right.
Laters. All right. Now we can talk Bible.
Okay.
All right. So, what do you think of my assertion that there has not been a Sabbath to this earth? Have you heard me argue that before?
I
Or
have
should I
not.
go over it? Or
Okay.
okay. All right. So let's see. The first premise is that on the Sabbath, God rests from all of His creation.
Mm-hmm.
You have any problems with that premise?
No.
Okay. Um, the second premise is man is part of God's creation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Problem with that one? Nothing.
It's fine.
Third premise is man is not finished being created because we are not perfected yet.
Okay, I would make a distinction between perfected and created, because you can create something, but then still be working on it.
You're gonna have to clarify that for me.
Um,
How can you say it's created if it's not done?
let's say that I was going to pour a concrete slab, and I put the
Mm-hmm.
forms up, I poured it, it dried, it cured, but I haven't finished the top of it yet. So I've created it, I just haven't completed it.
Well, then, how can you say it's completed and created? How can you say it's created if it's not completed?
Just because of the distinction between creation and completion. But just so that you know, I think I would agree that God has not rested yet because the whole earth isn't self sustaining yet.
That's interesting. should want to talk about that sometime, whether it's tonight or not.
Okay.
Okay. I if I said something like it's not a street legal car until it has two headlights, but I make the car with only one headlight,
Mm-hmm.
how could I say it's a car? That it's
Well, it's not street
that
legal,
it's
but really, once you form the chassis, it's a car, even before it's
I,
got tires or electrical
I
or anything.
I can see looking at that way, looking at it that way. That's difficult. I just don't think that I can. And of course, you would agree that there's no perfect analogy, but I don't think I can say something like man is done being created until man is perfected if perfection is part of what man's to be. Of course, you've expressed that you don't look at it the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Does that come down to like personal opinion? I need to find a way to like define that better, apparently. Because you wouldn't agree with the conclusion because you think the third premise is flawed.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree that completion is entailed within creation.
Completion is not entailed within creation. I don't know how you could say something is created if it's not complete.
Just, like that analogy with the car or the concrete foundation.
Well, it's not really the same thing.
Right.
Um, do you feel like you could honestly say something like, God is done creating me and not finished with me?
I would say that God has created, but is not yet done, but is not yet finished with me.
Okay. Huh. Maybe if I look up some definitions and like look into those words. So my brain doesn't want to differentiate between created and finished. I'm not sure they're really different things. I mean, you could. We use terms like foundation of the building because it's not the building, and then we talk about things like, um, the skeleton of a structure because that's also not the building.
Mm-hmm.
And until you have the last smoke detector there, it's not a building. It's because it's not done. It's parts or stages of constructing a building. So I can see why the argument would exist.
Well, by that thought, we're constantly adding and removing things from the building, so the building would
Right.
never really be complete.
I think when it passes inspection, it's a building, whether it needs parts replaced later or not. I mean,
Yeah,
after all, you're always purposefully and accidentally killing cells and replacing them.
sure.
And what is that estimate? They say everything but your teeth every 7 years.
Yeah.
So, ship of Theseus, and you're always in a state of flux, and I don't have a problem with that. But I'm not really talking about the state of flux in what it is to be a living organism. But more the idea of when can you say a work is finished, that it's done being created.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what if I said it that way? How could I possibly say that God is done creating me if I am not what is promised? I mean, don't Christians normally say, I mean, outside of this argument, don't they normally say things like I'm a work in progress, God's not done with me yet,
Right.
things like that?
But they don't say, I haven't been created.
Oh gosh, it's pretty good actually. No, I can definitely say that I can see it from both directions. Don't know where to go with that right now.
You could also make the argument that since there was an eighth day, God, which is renewal, God must have started over again.
Oh, check out this terrible joke. Peace and respect, Titan Uranus. I used to tell a joke about the ship of Theseus, but it's just not the same anymore.
Yeah, that's good. I used to tell a joke about Xeno's arrow, but it never found its mark.
Right. What do you think of this? Titan Uranus wrote, if we are made in his image, that made meaning create, and we aren't completed, does that mean God is changing or that we aren't yet made? According to the Bible, you can't have God changing. What do you think of that, Hillary's?
I think that God clearly does change anytime that he speaks or does anything. I mean,
Explain.
in the narrative.
Okay, explain. Explain the
And,
change.
and the image of God, we really don't know what that means. Does that mean a facsimile? Does it mean, a rough sketch?
I know the word image there.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it came out in the King James image.
Mm-hmm.
I know the word image right there is casting a shadow.
Okay.
So maybe in our modern language, it might be, you might better think of it as like a reflection in water
Mm-hmm.
or a shadow of a being. More like that, probably. But it doesn't mean, you know, a three-dimensional copy. Doesn't mean that.
Right.
Which a lot of people would like to take it as three-dimensional copy. And recent traditional Christian would. I just don't think that's easily justifiable from what the text actually reads. Of course, us, plural, made man in the image. Let us make man in our image. Where the word God there is actually Elohim, which is plural,
Mm-hmm.
a group of powerful beings. And I take that as meaning that where it reads in the same like manner that we are made a little lower than angels,
Mm-hmm.
that it's the angels whose image we are in, which is why we're a little lower than angels and not a perfect replicate, but an image or reflection or shadow. I haven't completed most things I've created, says 420. That's funny. But how can you say they're created yet if you haven't finished them? I don't know. It's like if an artist is doing a painting and they go, no, I still got to do this and I still got to do that and still got to do this. Is it their painting yet?
Yeah, I think as soon as they put down the base layer,
It's
they've
their
created.
painting.
Yeah.
That it's created. It's done. As soon as they like color the
It's
canvas
you
white.
keep adding the word done. And we're not saying it's done with creation. It's just it has created.
It has created something, sure.
Yeah.
But could I call it the painting? Like at some point in it's traditional that you put, a white solid sheet of paint, a solid layer of paint on a canvas because canvas is porous and it's not white,
Right.
But you want it to be white because, brilliance of colors and stuff like that, they're better on white, not tan cloth. So let's say that famous artist A, let's say Picasso, and I don't even know the name of one Picasso painting. Never mind that. So let's.
How about this? After
Use
the
somebody
artist
else.
puts its signature on the painting, but then they make a couple extra brush strokes. When was it completed?
Why did they put more brush strokes on?
Just they felt like it would improve it.
I mean, I see why the analogy, because the signing is like saying it's done. It's
Yes.
mine. It's a painting. It's my painting. It's my creation.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's why you're saying that, and that makes sense to me. But then if they go back and touch it up a little bit, it obviously wasn't created yet, to me. Which I've actually seen artists do that. Go ahead and say it's finished, then change their mind, go back again, say it's finished again, change their mind again. Yeah. Peace and respect, Jode. I don't know. Is this? I mean, how do I sort this out from just opinion? From the first stroke, they've created something. Yes, I agree. But just putting a white coating on it, that's created something. But when they put the first stroke, unless they're a modern artist who is a bunch of just full of crap, when they put the first stroke down, is that their painting? Have they created their painting when they put the first brush strokes on it?
I don't know how you'll resolve it. I guess you'd have to ask the person, when do you consider something created? And then go from there.
Well, I guess you're right. That would be probably a better approach. When is a jump? Well, obviously, Titan, a jump is when you crouch down so that you can get more movement and build up more momentum in the exercise. Well, that's obviously wrong. Well, then a jump is when you extend out from crouching. Nope, that's wrong. Well, then a jump is when that results in you leaving the ground. Well, that can't be right because there's still more to go. It's not a complete thing. So then a jump is when you land. No, a jump's a process. So that's really good. Is creating a process or a result is what I think Titan is pointing out there.
Yeah.
Is it a process or a result? Because I'm looking at it as a result, and you're looking at it as a process.
Yeah.
Yep, I need better language. That's the problem. Yes, but how can you say something exists incomplete? You can't say the jump is done until you're landed and recovered and standing up normally again, not in the process of jumping. How could you say there is a jump before that moment? Conflating an action with a state of being. Create means bring into existence. Is existence a state of being? Sammy, is existence a state of being?
I would say after the recovery, that's a completed jump, but it was a jump even
it's
before
a completed
that.
Jump. It was a jump in process before that.
Yeah.
Peace and respect, Brojo. That's what's interesting about these things to me. They're difficult. Okay, if I said that to create means to bring something into existence, how is existence not a state of being? And if an existence is a state of being, which seems evident to me, then I'm not conflating a state of being with existence. A state of being is existence. In which case, create means to be in a state of being, which I agree with, but I don't think that you can say something is created past tense until it's perfect. I don't think you can say created while in process. Just ask the audience. Can you say created while something is... Can you say past tense created while something is in process? Can you say that? Peace and respect, Pixie. See, because my contention is that you can't say created until finished. You could say creating, as Brojo points out, but you can't say created. You could say creating in process. I am creating a house. Okay. But I can't say I've rested from creating and now I have created unless it were completed. Maybe I need to reduce the argument to only created. Because in the day of rest, God rests from what he has past tense created. Like you wouldn't say created could be an incomplete thing, right? Hillary's?
What's that?
Would you say that created past tense could be an incomplete thing? I mean, obviously you do say that.
Yeah.
Crap. It doesn't make sense to me. What do you think, Pixie? Could I say that I have created something and it is not yet, it's not even by my own judgment, that it's not yet complete? Is it okay for me to say I have something incomplete that I have created? Well, here you're just talking about the cycles of Earths, in my opinion, Titan. Sammy says yes, you can. Pixie says no. You are creating something. It would be present tense. Process. Ox says you're all wrong. Man created God. Actually, I hold that the reason that there's no Yod-He Vav-He until Adam is because it's saying there needs to be a human being to necessitate this God. And that's why it's Jehovah every time before Adam. I'm sorry, Elohim every time before Adam. So actually, I think the Bible agrees with your statement, Ox. I don't know how to read that, Trusty. Is that man-made God or man-made God? Because to say man-made God means a man-made actual God. Like there's an actual God, it's just man made it. Whereas if you say man-made God, you're saying that it's not a God at all. It's just a creation of man. Krishna, Krishna, Elohim. Back to you. Man-made, like all one word. Man-made, God. Some people do worship the earth to freak. What do you mean? Ox confirms. You off work yet, Pixie? I know you always work till ridiculous, and then you clock out. Let's see. On topic comment. Creating anything means you have created. I agree. Whether your creation is completed is irrelevant. I agree. To whether or not you have created. I agree. And then your last line, surely you agree with that. I hadn't read that till just now. Yes, I agree with all that. That's not what I'm saying, though. Yeah, you created something.
Okay, so as soon as something can be called a man, then you have created a man. Not a perfected man, not a completed man, just a man.
Oh, I think you're right. I think that's it. Okay, when's it a man? I think you're right. When's it a man?
As soon as it's the image of God.
Okay, we can't really nail down what image of God means. So when's it a man?
I thought we said it was a shadow or a reflection.
Yeah, but that's super vague. It's way too ambiguous.
You're more the authority on this.
Okay, if it's a man, it's not a boy, it's not an adolescent, it's not a toddler, it's not an infant.
Well,
it's
really
not a
human.
zygote. It's a man. What's man mean?
Really human, just from the dirt. So maybe as soon as man was formed from the dirt, he was human.
As soon as man
and then
is
once
formed
God
from
breathed life into him, he was a living soul.
Boy, there's so many topics attached to that. He's a man as soon as he's a living soul. Is that what I got? Is that right?
No, he's a man before the living soul. Because
What?
human just means from the dirt. So
Well, wait. Why are you
formed from
switching
the dirt,
between words man and human? Which one do you mean?
I meant man colloquially, not as in the gender, just human.
You just mean human.
Yeah.
I didn't take it to be gendered. When you
Okay.
said man, I thought you meant mankind.
Yeah,
So
mankind. But you said
so
not
what's the
a boy,
difference
not a
between
youth.
man and human? What's the difference between mankind and human? Or are those interchangeable?
I think they're interchangeable.
The way you're using them, they're interchangeable.
Yeah,
then.
just
That's
from
fine.
the dirt.
Okay, so it becomes human being before it has breath?
I
Is that
believe
what
so.
you said?
Yeah, it's from the
You
dirt.
do. Wow. I don't even know what to do with that. Because I wouldn't call something a human being significantly less than what I am. And if it's not breathing, it's not a human being. I mean, it might be a body. But if it's not breathing, it's not a human being.
Right, it's a human, but it's not yet a living soul.
Yeah, if it's not alive, it's not a human to me. It has to have some kind of life to be a human to me. I mean, it's just like...
If a baby's stillborn, it's a human, even though it's not alive.
Oh, no, now you're talking genetics. That's different. I don't think it's a human being. If it's dead, it's not a human being. It's flesh, sure.
You're adding the word
it's
being.
Genetically the same flesh.
But I'm not using the word being. I'm just saying
It doesn't matter. I was
human
just using
from
it
the
because
dirt.
that's I don't think it's a human when it's dead.
Okay.
Which is why I think it's fine to do whatever with your dead.
Yeah.
I don't care if you burn them, if you stack them up in piles, if you bury them individually. I don't care. I don't think it's a moral thing because I don't think that's a human.
Mm.
I mean, do you object to certain kinds of burials?
I would say it's a human but not a person, and so no, I wouldn't care about the burial.
It definitely doesn't have personage, but
Right.
genetically it's a human being, but it's not alive.
You keep adding the word being. All I'm saying is
It's a
human.
habit. I'm just saying human. When I say
Yeah,
human being, I'm
human.
only saying human. I'm not saying something different than human.
Okay.
It's just a habit. It's just I've always heard it that way, so I keep saying it that way. Okay, I don't think it's a human if it's not alive. Whether genetically it could be, it could have been, or was a human at some point, or if it has the potential to be someday, like
Well, that's where
a
we
sperm and an
disagree.
egg individually are not a human yet, right?
That's where we disagree.
Where? Point it out.
Because I think it's human, it's just not a living soul. It's not a living soul until it has the breath of life.
Do you mean it genetically or more like
Yes, I mean it literally
experientially?
comes from the dirt.
What does genetically literally come from the dirt? I don't get
Just
that.
the term human just means from the dirt. So if it's from the dirt, now I know that some
Does
things are from the dirt
not.
and they're not human, but that's quibbling at that point.
Where am I going to find the definition human means from the dirt?
I, I I don't know if it's from Genesis or not, but
Well, I know what the word dust there means, and it's not dust, and it doesn't even mean soil.
mm-hmm.
And I know that it's tradition that people look at it like soil.
Yeah,
I
humans,
mean, even
topsoil.
they think of it that way. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it's not. I mean, we even use the word dust the same way as they did, but then the way people translate and look at it is different. Um, it just means anything that's so small you can't make out one part of it with the naked eye.
Mm-hmm.
It means pulverized material, literally,
Yeah.
um, which is why dust can include ashes, or dust, or soil. You know, it's just made of really, really, really small components. And it actually includes the idea of being gray in color. So, you know, as soon as you go to red dust or red clay of the earth, that's actually starting to defeat itself.
Mm.
Also includes the words ashes, dust, earth, ground, mortar, powder, and rubbish. Hebrew word afar, not to be confused with Dr. Huffhahar. That's an old Steve Martin joke. Never mind. Yeah. Primitive root, meaning either to be gray or perhaps rather to be pulverized, used only as a denominative for 6083 to be dust to be cast out like dust. Good enough.
Okay.
Jusinius's notes in the Arabic to be whitish or reddish, or like sand or a gazelle, to be dusty or earthy, to be rough and to be hairy, to dust, to throw dust at, that kind of dust, like a verb,
Mm-hmm.
according to Jusinius. That's all I can find right now without going other places. Oh, look at Fancy DeFreak with the Quranic reference. I'm not sure what this smokeless flame of fire means, but I think it has something to do with a vacuum. And I could stretch it out into, I think it has something to do with space. What definitions did I create? No, this is really like the way I've always looked at it. I'm not creating new definitions. Let's see. Merriam-Webster, create. To bring something into existence. To invest with a new form, office, or rank. To produce or bring about by a course of action or behavior. To produce through imaginative skill. To make or bring into existence something new. To set up a scoring opportunity in basketball. As an intransitive. Synonyms: beget, bring about, cause, effect, generate, make, prompt, translate, breed, bring on, do, effectuate, induce, occasion, result, work, bring, catalyze, draw on, engender, invoke, produce, spawn, yield. I don't like Hillary's incompleteness theorem.
Pretty clever.
Thanks. See, has nothing to do with complete. It's all about it beginning. Okay. Check this out then. Let me stop screen on that one. Bring this other one up. Blah, blah, blah. Share. All right. Let me make this full screen. In the beginning, God created the large creatures, created man in his own image, created him, female and male, created them. God blessed, and this is specifically the part I was talking about. God blessed the seventh day and made it holy because he rested in it from all his work which he had created and made. So it's not create, it's created. Especially in the one I was talking about. Weird, they included the word aretz in the, is that the King James? Oh, it's the HNV, no wonder. Like, I don't remember that being in the KJV. Yeah, created. But specifically concerning the Sabbath. And on the seventh day, God ended his work, which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. So past tense.
So we're still on day 6?
Created. No, this is the seventh day.
No, I'm saying on Earth right now. We're in day 6.
Oh, yes, I hold we're in day 6, yes. I do. That was good extrapolation into the view I'm presenting. Good job. So well done. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which he had created and made. So if I go to a definition of created instead of create, what happens? Does it have to be complete when it's created? Past tense.
I would say no.
I knew it. Oh, not that I'm laughing at you. It's just
No, I understand.
I can see seeing it from that point of view, but I just can't see it from that point of view. How can I say something's incomplete and created? Do you really normally use the word that way? It's incomplete and created?
Yeah, as soon as it's initialized, it's created.
As soon as it's initialized, it's created. Well, that's the best comment of the night right there. That's excellent.
Tubuku Minfadi.
What?
That's a joke over on Brojo's channel. They've got this like cult indoctrination parody video, and they have
Oh,
a weird language that they say stuff.
oh, I know what you're talking about. It's Tarvuism, right?
Yeah, Tarvuism.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard of that. Peace and respect, Simos Funk. You add the unfalsifiable intent of the creator. That it's not created unless it's completed, which is so unnecessary.
Thank
I
you,
don't
Sammy.
know. I can't even fathom. I mean, I believe you. I can kind of see that point of view. Okay, someone present the argument to Simos, and I'll be silent about it. just that one word and its necessary usage and intent. Just that one thing. Somebody introduce that. Because if I do it, it'll be biased in my own, and maybe you guys can do better.
I'm
And
wondering if there's
I don't
any
want to bias him.
disagreement from the Greek and the Hebrew versions of Genesis 2.
I don't know.
Because we're arguing from the English grammatic perspective, but
I'm
maybe
really
they had a
not.
different one.
I'm really not. Maybe I should bring that up for you. Hold on a second. Okay. Bara. I already know this one, but I'll read it to you. Absolutely. To create. Conditionally or qualified to cut down like a piece of wood. To select something. To feed as a formative process. Like, I don't know, feeding a piece of wood into a planer,
Right.
for instance. To choose, to create, creator, someone who creates. To cut down, dispatch, do, make, fat. Fat like number 8. That kind of fat. Better than 7. That kind of idea. Fat. Better, strong, extra strong. Above perfect. That kind of idea. The verb, to shape or create. Cutting
like
shape
I formed
out.
you from the dust.
To pair a reed for writing. Like cutting some of it away. A stick as an arrow. Phoenician, an incisor. A trade involving cutting. To create, caught. Dubiously, the Sabian, found, build. Assyrian, Banu, create, beget. With the change of liquid.
Simus is backstage.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for the heads up. Peace and respect. Simos, welcome to the stream.
Thank you. Peace and respect.
So what do you think? Do you have an idea about this?
Well, not really. Have to say that first of all.
Okay.
But just when you said created means having finished creating, I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Nobody agrees with me.
Well, I gave you the example, right? As in being created. Right, that's a perfectly valid phrase in English.
It is being created.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So that's just an example of the way created
Could
is
be
not
part of a
used to
process,
mean
not finished.
So that's just backing up what Hillary said. Is once it starts, once the creation has started, it is being created. That doesn't necessarily mean that the way it's being used in the particular passages that you read out necessarily means that. I mean, it could still mean exactly the way you're interpreting it. Of course, it could mean having created. But
Of course,
in
if
English,
I'm going to make a really solid argument from this, I need it to be super clear and clean and obvious and irrefutable. You know?
yeah, I agree, and I think there is some ambiguity there. I mean, we'd have to go through all of the different versions of the word create and how they're used. So, do you want to just
Oh, it's
pull up
always
a couple?
bara.
Yeah, do you want to pull up a couple of examples of the way it's used?
Sure. Here it's I'll work create bara. Here it is bara right there,
Yep.
right? And if I go somewhere else, like I don't know, let me skip forward a little bit. Psalms.
hmm Well, there was loads there. We could just go through those and just see
Yeah,
whether they're ambiguous or not.
it's bara.
Sure.
Yeah,
Said
Old
that,
Testament,
yeah.
it's going to be the same word. It's going to be bara.
Yeah, I can grant that, but I don't speak
Okay.
Hebrew, so that doesn't tell me anything
You want to look
about
up what
how
it
it's
means?
used. All I can
Okay.
do is read English and say, in the English,
We have
do
the
they
usages.
always mean having created, past tense?
So here are the biblical usages.
hmm
If that's okay.
Nope,
To
that's not what
create,
I'm
to
getting at
shape.
either. I need to see the
No.
examples of the usage in context.
Like I
So just
created you from the dirt. Means to shape or form.
primitive root, okay.
So I guess I don't know, Simos, what you're asking me for.
Well, bara, you see, all of those Strong's definitions there you've just given, I've just read, are not created past tense. There's nothing to say that it's a past. The word is past tense.
Sure,
Yeah,
the
but I
nifal
gave you an
form right
example.
there.
Yeah. Okay. So now, what's that? Nifal?
The
To
nifal
be
form, the
created.
past tense created. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's the word we're looking for, not this bara.
Right.
If you want your argument to go through.
Well, they give you the root word and then they give you the derivative, the past tense, created.
Right. Okay. So if your argument is that the way this word is being used is past tense.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So show me examples where it's being used in past tense.
Okay. All of these.
Right. Okay, that's fine. Stop. Just pick one for now.
Okay.
We can change and see if other ones still follow through. And all of these you're saying are this word nifal, not the word bara.
No, it's bara. Nifal is a form of the word. It's a past tense usage, nifal form.
Right. Nifal is not the word then, you're saying?
No,
That
it's a
bara,
form of it.
it doesn't have a tense, in other words. Is that what you're
Right.
saying?
Right.
Okay, that's good.
It's a base word.
So
you
it's
have
ambiguous.
You have to add to it. See, but here it is again, bara. It's just going to be bara every time. Old Testament.
Dude, yeah, don't keep pointing back to that because I'm that's not going to help. If you're saying that word doesn't have a tense,
right, in itself it doesn't.
It's just in context, right? Then we need to see the context of the way each one is used to find out whether it is meant to be past tense or not.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so that's what we're looking for. We're not looking for the word bara. We're looking for where it's used, but then we're looking for the context within which it's being used.
Okay. So I
Have it
suppose
created.
for that, you have to look at each one of these individually in context,
Correct.
the way it's being used.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
so hast created them. Right, that's has, so that's past tense. Because
Yeah.
that's not being created them.
Right.
Shall be created, right? Well, that's future tense, isn't it? So that isn't that it's been created. That's using the different tense of the word.
Mm-hmm.
They are created, so that's ambiguous. So that could be being created. So there's three, just in that one passage alone. There's three different usages of the word created
Right.
in English.
Yes.
Do you want me to carry on? Because I think
Yeah,
that's enough to show that it's an ambiguous word.
Right. I think it's enough.
Male and female created he them. That's just terrible English, but okay. That's just how the ancients used to speak in England. Male and female created he them. He created them, male and female, which is supposedly the new translation. When they were created, so that Genesis 5:2 is past tense.
Your
Same
microphone's
usage,
starting to
both of them.
robot a little bit, but I'm hoping it'll stop.
In the day that God created man, in that it doesn't say that day, it says the day. So that could be both. That could be either, rather. That's ambiguous. God bless the seventh day, sanctifies it. So that is the seventh day.
So
Okay,
this
so
is
that
the
under
actual
your
verse I'm.
interpretation, that's ambiguous. Under my interpretation, it's not. That's past tense. But under your one, if you're saying that we haven't had the seventh day or we're in the seventh day, you see what I mean?
I'm not sure that I do.
Well, you were saying something about I think we're in the sixth day. Did you say that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we haven't had the seventh day, and God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it because that
No, I'm.
in it
I'm.
he had rested from all his work which God created and made. Well, if we're in the
Yeah.
sixth day, then that's being created. Because we're not
No,
actually in the
I don't
seventh day yet where it's sanctified.
know that there's already been a seventh day. It just wasn't here.
Okay, so that doesn't matter though where you think a seventh day happened. If the seventh day isn't where he created, then it's being
Yeah.
created still.
It was, and it's complete, and I think it's not. It is past tense and not ambiguous. It's just not true of this planet yet.
Right. Well, that's fine. Then it's not this particular planet that's been
Right.
created. It's still being created. If we're in the sixth day and he hasn't blessed it in the seventh day, here. Right. And he could have blessed it another planet on the seventh day by all means, or he could have blessed it from another planet.
Yeah.
But that's not here,
Right.
and that's what's important
Right.
to me. I mean, again, I'm just making quick generalizations here. So maybe there's some hermeneutics which could be done to rescue some of these words, but these are my first impressions. They were created. That's past tense.
Mm-hmm.
In the day God created man. Well, then that's still open. That's ambiguous. Right, we've done that first one. Oh, that 5:2. We've done that.
Right.
So they're not all definitely past tense, is what I'm saying here.
I can see that.
In which case, that could be used as being created. That's the same word.
Why does my brain keep defaulting to one particular definition on that particular verse?
Well, I think mainly because, I mean, my personal intuition on that would be that you're defaulting to the one word bara, and then you have a preferred definition of that, but maybe.
Um,
I mean, if we look up that word bara again now in Strong's, that would be interesting to see whether any of them have a tense in the English translation in Strong's of the word bara. Because if
I
you're
think
saying
it.
bara means future created or not future created, past tense as well as future tense, and that there is no tense to bara, then that should be reflected in the Strong's.
Harpo makes a great point, and it's one I made earlier. The word created does not necessarily mean completed. To create something means to bring it
No,
into existence, whether it's an
I,
idea, physical object, or something else.
yeah,
Depends on the tense, Hillary.
that's what everyone is saying, and I think it's correct, and it's what Simos just pointed out actually, and it's fine. Um,
I'm
when
not
I
saying it doesn't mean that. Right? What I'm saying is it's dependent upon the use of the word itself and
Mm-hmm.
the tense of the word, more importantly. Right? If we say
so
something was created, we're specifically saying that the creation process is finished. If we're saying
let me.
it is in the middle of creation, right? That's being created. So that's
Mm-hmm,
still in the process of being created. Right? So that's a present tense word. And if we say it like the one we said, there was one of them, it will be created. That's future tense. It means it hasn't even begun to be created.
mm-hmm. So here's why I think
So
my
there's
brain is picking
created
up.
used three different ways, depending on the tense, to mean not yet started, in the middle of, and finished.
Okay, so here's why I think I'm picking up that particular context for this. If I go back to Genesis 2:1, which you guys should be able to see.
Yeah.
Um, Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And
Yes.
then when I look up the word finished there, it's in reference to Eretz, which is like firm earth. So, concerning heavens, earth, finished. And if I look up the definition for finished right there,
Yeah.
it's a prime root. I'm looking for any part of this that could be in process. None of this can be in process. This to make an end, put to an end, to
Sure.
be determined, to accomplished.
Agreed. They all look to
Exterminate.
be past tense. Yeah.
Okay, so in the total verse here, 2:1 through 2:3, which was 2:3 was the part I was concentrating most on.
Right.
Um,
God bless the seventh day and sanctified it, because
right.
in that he had rested from his work, which God created and made. And made, past tense, is a past tense word, yeah.
And then this assertion finished. I don't know how to say that's in process.
Well, again, but the problem is, and on the seventh day, that's
Right.
also saying the seventh day has happened,
Yes, it has.
right?
But
So,
all this has been finished.
So therefore, it's necessarily finished, yeah.
Yes.
If you're talking about the creation of the earth, yeah.
Yes.
I guess, all the heavens and the earth. I mean, it's quite clearly said in Genesis 2:1, isn't it? It's nothing to do with being created.
Right.
It doesn't rest upon that at all. It says, and thus the heavens and the earth were finished.
Right.
It's not.
And all the host of them.
It doesn't say are finishing.
Right.
Yeah, and all the host of them. I don't know what that means exactly, but host presumably meaning
host is like population.
The angels or something.
Population of whatever place. Host.
and all the host of them. Yes, good point.
Sammy and the Freak both have put some points.
Let's see what we got here. Don't go away, Simos.
I would say, I'm not going anywhere. Unfinished or not, I would say, look at what I have created. Please address this. Right, okay. At any time I bring you into look at my scripture, whether unfinished or not, I would say, look what I have created. Okay, yeah, that's an interesting point.
Yep.
Finished or not.
See, but I don't think you're created unless you're happy with what you've already accomplished. In which case, it'll be done.
No, I don't think you would say have created. Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, it makes sense to me if you said, "Look what I've created so far." That would make sense, but you wouldn't say
that's the implication, isn't it, of saying, "Look what I've created."
Right. But then it's just semantics. It's like leaving out words to make the point.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that.
Maybe God was leaving out those words.
I mean, it says
look
finished.
At my beautiful statue, which I'm less than 1/16 done with. What are you talking about? No.
I mean, that's not wrong. What Sammy's saying is not wrong. That is colloquially the way we would use. I mean, people could say that and be correct.
I mean, it works.
It's
works in our
it's
language.
even worse. It's even worse. Right? That's what we're saying. Right? This ambiguity of the tenses isn't even enough to clear it up.
Right.
I don't know about finished though. I think we were finished, past tense finished. That seems to be fairly clear to me. I don't know what the original point was being made as anyway, to be honest. So.
I was making an argument that no matter what people do on a Saturday or Sunday, there's been no Sabbath of this earth. And if all of this,
yeah, I don't know what.
If all of this is finished and the host of them are finished and we're part of the host of them and we're not finished, it ain't happened here.
Right, but it's insisting that it is finished. So it's not to do with Genesis 2:1 then.
Yeah, so I would say the difference is location. It's not talking about this location. It can't be.
Well, it must be because this is the Earth.
No, this is not the Earth.
Right. Okay. Earth. Well, there we are then. And there we are. We're off the page.
This is an Earth.
Right. Well, that's not the way the word's used. I mean, definitionally, Earth is meant to be this particular planet, third rock from the sun, as they say.
But that's not what it's in the Hebrew.
Is it a planet? They could have used the word planet there. Did they use the word planet?
No, it just means a firm place. That's all it means. Here it is. Eretz. To be firm.
Well, I don't know about that, but let's just have a look.
It's to be firm. That's what it means.
Let me read it because I need to.
Go
ahead. Yeah. It's from an unused root, probably meaning.
Mm-hmm.
To be firm. At large. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I think that's an interpretation thing. I really do. I don't think that's anything to do with to be firm.
Does it really matter though whether the seventh day is on this earth or just on another earth? It's just the point of resting is just that God did rest at some point, and so we are resting on the seventh day of the week to show that we have a hope of rest in the future.
Yes, that's important for the aspect of hope.
Mm-hmm.
But my whole point in all of this argumentation is open up people's minds and let them see that this text is claiming much more than just this one planet.
Right.
Like it's a bigger deal than people think.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm extremely skeptical of the point you're making about the Earth could be any other planet.
In
There were
Hebrew,
definitely.
they didn't even cover planets. They didn't know if there were other planets.
Well, yeah, I think they probably did. Yeah,
They didn't
at
have
least.
telescopes.
Well, they didn't need telescopes. I mean, you can see planets
The
with the
planets
naked
were
eye.
called wandering stars.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
But
that's what planet means. Yeah.
yeah, so
So we knew that there were wandering stars, but I don't think they thought the Earth was the same as a wandering star. You know.
I don't really take a historical view of this anyway, though.
Yeah,
I
no,
think
that's fair enough.
the historicity would disprove all this.
yeah.
Would disprove all what?
Like the wars, the towns, the people. You know, there's a good portion of it that just, as far as we can tell, didn't exist. They weren't real things. They weren't real places. They
No,
weren't real people. They weren't real events.
no, that's not true. I mean,
I mean, there's
historically
some portion
speaking,
of them.
it says things like the Hittites. We
Well,
eventually
yeah,
found the Hittites, right? Before we knew they existed, the only
that's fine.
reference to it was in the Bible,
But
right? The
if something
palace.
were 80% true and 20% not true,
Yeah.
wouldn't you say that it's at least suspect in historicity?
No, it depends what part you mean. I mean, you take each claim individually, just the same way you do in, I don't know, like Spider-Man or Superman or something.
That'd be fine. Yeah, there is a New York, but I don't know that there is a real Spider-Man or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. But just because there is a New York doesn't mean I should accept there is a Spider-Man.
Correct.
So the overall narrative is fiction.
Well, the only reason I think it's fiction is because some of the claims, right, which are the important parts of the story, rely on things which I think are fictional.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that therefore I would denote it as fiction, but I wouldn't say that all the information in the Bible is fictional.
No, I wouldn't either.
Yeah, yeah.
But when you get to like the key points, we don't see evidence of that. We don't think that those things are plausible in physics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, you could say it that way. I mean, that's the right spirit, but it's, you know, obviously it could be put philosophically a little better than just saying physics, because I mean, I'm not, you know, I don't want to be accused of scientism in the derogatory sense.
Right.
But I am a naturalist, so.
Right.
Well,
all of this shows me I really need to refine the argument.
Okay, I'm not. Yeah, it says clearly in 2:1, Genesis, is it 2:1, that it was finished.
Yeah.
So that's all you need. I don't think you need any of the rest of it. Were finished. Right, and that as far as I can make out, that is unambiguous. So what's finished? What's the Hebrew word for finished?
Oh, just a second.
Let's find out and see whether that's ambiguous.
I just looked at it, but I forgot.
Yeah, me too.
Kala.
Okay, let's. Oh yeah, kala. You said yeah.
Yeah.
Primitive root meaning consume. Right, I'm not even in. Bring to an end. There you go. I mean, plural to be finished. Yeah. And there's a lot of that. I just like. Yeah. Accomplish, cease, consume, destroy utterly. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I can see they're using that.
That's it. You're finished.
Fulfill fully. And it seems reasonably. I think it makes a reasonable case to be a completed act.
Okay. So I just need to include that in the argument.
Yeah, I don't think create's going to do it, or created
Right.
is going to be any part of that, because like
Too
created is
subject,
not.
too ambiguous, yeah.
Well, I mean, they're calling them both primitive roots, but they don't seem to be treating
Right.
them the same way. But
Yeah.
that's just me. I
Well,
mean, if there's
you
no
know what
tense
primitive
to
root
it, well,
what
there's
primitive
clearly a
root means,
tense to
it's
this, isn't there? Fulfill
it,
and
it
fully.
yeah. It's like primitive root, just even you know what that means.
Yeah.
Or okay. I won't tell you.
Oh, that's fine. I'm going to look it up anyway, just because, you know.
Yeah. Yep, I got to include that part of the text in my argument, so I have to restructure it. That's no problem. That'll be all right.
Okay, primitive root, it says. What is meant by primitive roots? It is an integer. That's, oh dear, not that kind of root.
No. It's just the most base part of all the etymology of any given word is its root. Like
yeah, but
like
what's meant by primitive? Because ancient languages like used to have, what do they call them? Declinations or something like that.
Where they borrow from other languages?
No. Where they just have different verbs or verbiages that go on the front. So they have things like, I don't know, at, to, or they, them. So there's different senses in which the word is used.
Sammy, if you'd have said this and pointed out that 2 verses before it had the word finished, I would have just accepted this from the start. Some people are slow and you have to teach them slowly, so thank you for your patience, everyone.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think, yeah, for sure, Sammy. The word created doesn't give you the idea of completed by itself. 100%. Like I said, the very first thing I heard was created means finished. And I was easily able to come up with being created, which is the same word, which doesn't mean finished. So just on that
it's
basis.
so funny that I really locked into one meaning of it, and although I could see other people seeing it, I couldn't justify it at first. I'm just talking about how bad my brain operates right now. That even though I knew the word finished was there, in that section, I never brought it up. And that should have been the first thing I brought up, not the last.
Yeah. Again, I think that all of us suffer from this kind of bias. So I don't think it's anything. In fact, because I don't study this, that's why I was easily able to come up with a counterexample, because I don't study it, because I just don't know what you're even talking about.
No, I totally agreed with everyone in the counterexamples, and could generate them myself of how created could be used other than completed, right? Which is absolutely fine with me. But I was just locked in that it in this verse, in this context, it has to mean the variant. And with the word finished, it does have to mean that. I just wasn't very good at finding the word finished just 2 verses before, so that I could say, well, according to this verse, in context, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
which is kind of disappointing for me that I wasn't able to do that immediately.
Well, you probably read it, knew it, but didn't recall it. Right? You just assumed it to be the case, yeah. Which is the point about cognitive bias,
Yeah.
So, and again, we're all guilty of it. Which is, I'm not trying to point a finger here and go.
It's human.
Yeah. Really is. We have to fight hard against it.
I need a cigarette. What are we doing? Oh my gosh, I've gone another 2 hours without a cigarette. That's pretty good.
Well done. Make sure
All right.
you don't want to be doing that too often. Cigarettes.
What's
Oof.
what? I'm just under a pack a day. I've been smoking.
Good. Well, that's too much.
I've been as high as 2 packs a day in my 30s.
Okay. Well,
But
from someone that has no lungs because of it,
yeah, I hear you.
I would just say to you, be very careful. Not that everybody gets what I've got, so fair enough. Some people smoke till the day they die, but I can guarantee you, in your last years, you'll regret it.
Yeah, I'm not planning on having those. So.
Okay. I see. Yeah,
I'm not
right.
planning on
So
having.
you're
quote,
not
unquote,
planning on
last
finishing
years.
then, no?
I'm not planning on becoming old. I'll put it that way.
On finishing. Oh no.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter whether you get old or not. I'm not old, but it's still killing me. I mean,
Well,
it's the biggest thing I regret in my life. Let's put it that way.
Okay. I'm turning 55 and everything's still clear and healthy and pink where it should be and stuff. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'm 57 and I'm nearly fucked myself right up, royally.
Yeah, you ain't the first, won't be the last.
Yeah, too true.
I'm gonna go smoke. You guys do what you want with the show. Enjoy.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Hey, maybe Hillary, you can explain to me what I got involved in.
Oh, what you got involved in?
Yeah.
Oh, we've been talking about a lot of different stuff, and then he
Okay.
was going to go for a smoke 2 hours ago, and so Sparkle was here, and I joined just to keep him company. But then when we got back on track, uh, Richard was just explaining how he didn't think that God had completed creation on this earth yet, and so there was no seventh day here yet.
Oh, interesting. Okay. That would be opposite to the argument he's just made, or is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
The seventh day was on another earth, not this one.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, I don't know about that. The seventh day was somewhere else. All other 6 days were here, and then the seventh day moved somewhere
Well,
else.
he sees it as a repeating cycle. So all 7 days happened previously, but this time
Right.
around, we're only to day 6 in the 7 day process.
Okay.
But I'm guessing you want to talk about the nature of time?
Well, day doesn't mean anything in that context, then, does it?
No.
So, yeah.
More like an aeon.
And nature of time, that's not going to be very applicable to any ancient sayings, because before Einstein, people were probably justified to believe in the A theory of time. So
Yeah. I was just trying to come up with a topic that was complex enough that it would take us 10 minutes or so.
say again.
I was just trying to come up with a topic that was complex enough that would take us 10
Oh, I
minutes
see.
or so.
I hate talking about time. I mean, I don't, but yeah, it's not the way my brain's working currently, I'm afraid. I don't know. The only thing I would possibly say to you, I don't know, maybe to do with like in an argument, a premise,
Mm-hmm.
if it includes a presupposition, right? Then that premise is said to have that presupposition unstated. Okay. So that means that if a particular premise in an argument has an unstated unstated proposition, then that's equivalent to having that unstated proposition in the argument.
Okay.
That's why circularity is not just stuff which is specifically mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Right, or begging the question, right? There's a difference between the two. So one is tautology, right? Which is the strict definition of it, which says that the conclusion is in the premise, right? So maybe that's a better way of saying it. But just because it's not stated doesn't mean that it's not there.
Okay.
So that's what I was getting at the other day when I was talking about circular arguments or begging the question.
Well, that makes sense now that you explained it.
But you have to, the onus is on the person to demonstrate that that is in fact an unstated premise or unstated proposition in a premise. You can't just assert that it's there and then not give a demonstration of that.
Yeah.
So, and I think I tried to do that at the time. Whether I did it successfully or not is another matter. But anyway. But there were a couple of problems with that argument that Sir put forward. That wasn't the only one.
Okay.
It was just the one that I focused on.
Well, remember, I was in the other room for the beginning. I only came in later.
Okay.
So I didn't hear how it began.
Yeah.
And for anybody who's wondering out there, it was that we should. How did it go? We should invest in space travel?
No. That it wasn't the argument that was being made.
Well, you go ahead and state it so that everybody else will know.
Oh, Christ. If I have to go through it again, I just wanted to make the point.
Okay, never mind.
Unstated, that premises can have unstated presuppositions,
okay.
and that can make an argument circular. If that one of those unstated propositions is in fact the conclusion. Should we send people into space was what the debate topic was, and I think the argument went something along. We should gain knowledge, something like that.
No, it started off, is gaining knowledge good?
Oh yeah, right. And that was a problem. The reason I could assent to that was for the argument, right? Because it doesn't. But my actual answer to that was sure, not that is always correct. And I just want you also to point out that the argument was not all knowledge.
Correct.
Right. It was just knowledge, right, which is ambiguous. So I think the first premise was ambiguous as well. But I assented to it anyway by saying sure, which was not saying that it's necessarily true. But just that I was granting it for the sake of the argument. And then the second premise was we should find out we should gain knowledge of people in space. And then the conclusion was, therefore, we should send people into space.
Yeah, it's the first one was that gaining knowledge is good. I don't even think he used the term useful. Then it is we would gain knowledge by sending people into space, and therefore we should send people into space.
Yeah.
And I can see several ways that could be torn apart. And I mentioned a couple of them.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you did mention a couple of them.
Yeah.
That's as it goes. Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, I can definitely disagree with the first premise as well. The second premise is debatable based on, as I say, that we should gain knowledge of people in space. Well, to me, a proposition of that is in order that we should send people into space. Right. Therefore, we should send people into space. Right? And that's why I was saying that there's a circularity there, or at least begging the question there, because that's the debate topic. And whether if you want to focus on the knowledge part, okay, I get that, and maybe there's an argument there to be made. But I think that you don't need the first premise, right? And if you don't have the first premise, then you're just giving we should have knowledge about people in space, therefore we should send people into space.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm just saying, well, that's only if you value getting the knowledge of getting people into space, right? And that first part is the justifier for that. Okay. But either way, you can put that, you're just smuggling in, as far as I can see, the conclusion.
Right.
Because that is the justifier for why you should have knowledge of people in space. It's because you should send people into space. So that's the justification for your premise, which is the conclusion.
Right.
Right? So
Isn't that just going to come down to like we're speciest and that's okay. So then we can say we should have knowledge.
well, again, I was trying to grant that because Seb wasn't getting on with the argument, which
Okay.
was my mistake, right? Because I should have said, "Oh no, you shouldn't. Not all knowledge is good, right? We shouldn't have knowledge of, I don't know, like what was the example I used? Eating shit.
Right.
The knowledge of eating shit isn't good knowledge to have.
I don't want that knowledge, no.
Yeah. So that's an example or counterexample of a type of knowledge which we don't want, or knowledge which isn't good. Right? So the first premise is false. But my mistake was to grant that without hearing the rest of the argument. But I think I was okay to grant it based on the fact that the next premise was going to be, therefore, knowledge of people in space is good. Right? But again, the justifier for why knowledge of people in space is good is the conclusion we should send people into space. Right. So yeah, it was my mistake to say all knowledge. I mean, I didn't grant that actually either way, but it would have been my mistake to say all knowledge is good. If I had granted that, I think I just said sure, rather than that's correct or assenting that all knowledge is good. And I think you need the all qualifier in there to make the argument go through.
Is it
Anyway.
unfair for me to say I know I don't want to know what dog shit tastes like?
I don't know.
Well, how would you justify that true belief?
Sorry, say that again, Hillary.
How would he justify that true belief? Because knowledge is justified true belief.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a poor example.
Because
right?
I've smelled it?
Well, no, it's a poor example. Again, my mistake here, Hillary, I believe. It's a poor example because, the reasons we know we don't want to taste shit is for other reasons. There are justifiers, nothing to do with taste, though. Right? So, in some sense, it's a bad example because we can smell it, right? And therefore, we have an autoimmune, reaction to it of disgust. So we know it's going to taste horrible. Although some people, taste is subjective, so maybe some people don't think that. So there's ways around you could possibly attack that. But I think I'm trying to use an example. It's an analogy, not a necessary case, right? And I could use more extreme examples if I really wanted to, like death, for instance, right? Right. So, well, under Serb's argument, we should kill ourselves to find out, right, what happens after death.
Well, we should certainly die in order to find out what happens after death.
Yeah. So, clearly there's something wrong with the argument, right? Because I don't think Serb would assent to saying, right, yeah, well, we should die or kill ourselves, or, yeah, we should die. I think it's pretty much the same thing, but we should die in order to have knowledge of what happens after death. I think that's probably, we can see that there's something fallacious in it.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the fallacious thing is not all knowledge is good. And that is you were perfectly correct in saying at the time to me, well, if you've assented to the first, therefore you should assent to the conclusion. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's still correct what you were saying, because the biggest flaw in the argument is that first premise. But I still think that you have to justify that. You have to justify the premise number 2 as well, which is therefore knowledge of people in space, or therefore we desire knowledge of people in space. I think that needs a justification still. But again, only on the basis that not all knowledge is not good. Right, so I'm kind of begging the question myself by saying that. So I think you were right initially with your reactions, to kind of say, oh, look, hang on, there's something wrong. But Pixie pointed it out that I didn't assent to all knowledge is good.
Mm-hmm.
Can we come up with an objective example where knowledge is bad?
Well, yeah, I think I just did, didn't I?
Well, that seems subjective.
What knowledge we should know that what it's like to die.
Yeah, because I mean, if my understanding of what death is accurate, there's no knowledge in death. You're not going to learn something by dying.
Well, we don't know that, do we? So the only way we could find out is by dying.
I don't know. I hold that mind is an emergent property of brain, and if the brain stops functioning, there's no mind.
Yeah.
In
Fair
which
enough.
case, there's no experience.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So there's nothing to learn from death.
Agreed. But I think that if you assent to the first premise, right, then you can go down any number
I'm
of
afraid
lines.
I'm only going off what you've said since I came back, where I didn't hear the argument.
Okay, well, the first premise was. Could you repeat the first premise, Hillary? Because you had it perfect.
Now I'm not going to be able to remember it again.
The pressure's on. Come on, man.
Knowledge is good, or gaining knowledge is good, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems flawed to me.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't. I mean, at the time, it was part of an argument. So, and I hadn't heard the rest of the argument, so I didn't know which way it was going, etc. And that was my mistake, as I'm trying to say. But anyway, knowing what it's like to be dead is an example where we don't want that knowledge, Not that we can necessarily.
Well, I can think of an example. Like, I'm going to word it a bit differently, but let's say there is something written inside of a box. And the only way you can find out what's written is if you open the box. And then when you open it, it says, this box contains a deadly biotoxin. So by opening it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're perfect. It's a great example, yeah.
Yeah, then you're only assuming that you should live.
Well,
I think most of us can agree on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, look, the point being is that we're just showing why the reasons why that first premise is flawed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's it. And again, I think really, in order to make the premise complete, you need to say all knowledge. Just saying knowledge is ambiguous. Because in general, I would say, yeah, acquiring knowledge is good. Right? Because of the way I'm using the meaning. Right?
I would attack it a number of different ways. Utility. Is there any practicality in the knowledge? Can the knowledge be communicated? There's what we have to. Is it a net gain? If it costs more to get the knowledge than the value of the knowledge itself, then no,
Yeah.
that process isn't good.
Yeah, that's another way to attack it as well. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, as I said, I was unaware of the second premise at the time, so I was trying to just get it to move on rather than actually thinking that there was some kind of like semantic whatever trap or something there.
But that's his style, is to come up with something that can then be twisted later.
Yeah, I don't argue like that. I never assume someone's going to argue like that because I just don't see the point in doing it. I mean,
But
my
that's
ego
what he
doesn't
enjoys.
really matter. If I lose, I lose, because I'm
Yeah.
wrong, then that's fine. I lose because I'm wrong. That means I've learned something,
Right.
So I should have kind of thought about previous arguments that I've had with Serb.
Yeah.
Really, my mistake. And the previous argument I'm referring to is he was trolling me once with the electric universe argument.
Wait, what's that?
There's no such thing as gravity. It's just an electric field.
Wait, that's self-defeating right there.
Well, yeah, maybe. Depends. It depends on your presuppositions.
There's no such thing as something that is.
Yeah. It could be better explained by a different force. Gravity is
Okay,
different
so it's
from the
a.
electromagnetism, right?
But
The
we
two
don't even
haven't
have
been
an.
unified, so
Yeah, we don't have an explanation of gravity. We only have what gravity does and acts like, and that's really dependable.
right. Well, the electric universe says, yeah, there is, and it's electricity, it's electromagnetism.
Yeah. Matter is composed of positive and negatively charged ions that become atoms. So, and it's the mass of the atoms that causes the curvature that we call gravity. So the abstract concept gravity, it doesn't isn't a concrete physical entity. It's just a way of understanding it.
Oh yeah. No, when I hear you say that, I'm like, oh my god, cringe. No, 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 no. Space time is real. It's physical. But so curved space is a real thing. It's just not real in the same way, or it's not physical in the same way that these other
Right.
forces are. But
But
gravity is. But that is one of the myths I think is that because Newton didn't know what gravity was, right? Then it's just carried on from Newton, right? So a lot of Christians or a lot of flat earthers particularly say, well, we don't even know what gravity is. Right? Well, nah, yeah, what it is, do we know what anything is in that sense? Well, no, but we do know that it's curved space time, is warped space time. And that's what gravity is. Now, whether you think of that as a cause, right, or whether you think of it as an explanation of, a description of, I don't know.
but it's mass that causes the curvature.
Oh, yeah, good point.
And that was the way that I was arguing.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. That's probably true.
What if it's the electrical connections between the mass, not the mass itself, that's causing the curvature?
Yeah, okay.
Because every definition I find for gravity, including this one,
Yeah,
it describes what it does. It doesn't describe what's generating it.
yeah. That's the point. I think that's the point that's being made.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's true because, like, there are neutral. There are masses which don't have a charge.
No, but they're composed of positive and negative charges that make it a neutral.
No. Oh, are they? Not in the electromagnetic sense, I don't think. Like, if you think of I don't know, something like neutron stars. Yeah, there are definitely charges in terms of quarks, but not in terms of electromagnetic. So that's the strong force, strong and weak force, but that's not the
What's a neutron
electromagnetic force.
star? What does that mean?
That's a star which doesn't have any protons. It's just all neutrons. No electrons,
Okay.
no protons. So there's no positive or negative charges. It's all zero charge.
Zero charge.
In the sense
Okay.
of electromagnetism. Right? But obviously they're still composed of quarks. So it has a strong, has a positive and negative weak charge, or a color charge, as they say in physics.
What was that word? Color?
Color, yeah.
Color.
Color.
Comes
Color
from
charge.
Richard Feynman's idea of strong force. Basically, quarks. Quarks have a thing called, each quark has a color. There are 3 types of quark, and they all have a color. And that's what makes up neutrons and protons.
They literally have a color, or that's how we
No, that's
express
just
it.
that's how we express it. Yeah.
Okay.
Like negative and positive don't mean anything, right? That's just how we express it. Electrons are negative and protons are positive. Well, that doesn't mean that there is something which is negative and something which is positive. It just means that there's a difference between the two things. And we express that by using negative and positive. And it's the same thing with color. That's just to express a difference between the 3 types of quark.
There is no negative, there is no positive, there's only differential. So if I put that in like usable practical terms, it would be something like I have a negative and positive end to a magnet.
Mm-hmm.
But if I have 2 magnets and they're of equal strength, and I put the 2 negatives together, I have repulsion. So because there's not that differential. If I put them facing opposite directions, I have attraction because there is that differential. Something like that.
Well, no, it's the difference, right? It's just a signal of difference. So the fact you call one negative and you call one positive, is just indicating that there is a difference, right? And differences, when it comes to magnetism, differences attract, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So the 2 negatives would still be a difference. It would just be both in the same direction. That's what causes them to separate.
Well, kind of.
So the potential is still there. It's just we consider it in the negative vector.
Good night, Jode.
Good night. I mean, it's just that look. So in magnetism,
we could
the
describe it
differences
as up and down
attract,
also.
which means the non-differences repulse. That's all, right? So it's the opposite. Right?
Yeah, we could call it like up and down also. If we said that the charge was up, then it would try to fall back into equilibrium by going down. And if we said it was down, it would go into buoyancy, which would bring it into equilibrium back up to that midpoint.
Yeah, these are just labels. That's the point I was kind of making. They're very useful labels, but they're still labels. I mean, we could call electrons positive, right?
We could call them
and
red
protons
and
negative.
green. Yeah.
You know,
left and right, red and green.
It doesn't matter which way around they are. The point is to make a difference in them. Is to recognize there is a difference, so we can have this law of attraction or law of repulsion, or whichever way you want to say it. Yeah, that's all. And you could call them up, right? Like we could call electrons up and protons down, and up attracts down.
Yep.
You know, and we'd have exactly all physics would remain exactly the same. There'd be no thing, or it's only a label in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hugely, again, hugely ingrained in us, because it took hundreds of years to get to the point where we are, where everybody intuitively understands what it means. Remember, there was a time when people didn't know, right, that electricity was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then even when they did know electricity was a thing, there was a time when they didn't know that it had this different type of approach, right, where electrons flowing caused a current, which is negative, as we call it now,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that was attracted to things, a ground, which is positive. Right, so that all took working out, and it's a fascinating story, actually. The thing called the Leyden jar, of how people worked out what charge was and how it flowed, why it flowed to ground. So yeah, Leiden being a place in Germany,
Mm-hmm.
Lydon, maybe Leiden. Does that make sense, Richard?
He's muted.
Oh, okay. Oh, Leiden. Okay. Thank you.
It makes sense, but man, it destroys a lot of things for me.
Oh, does it?
Because
Okay.
I'm so like you were talking about how ingrained it is in our society and the way that we think about it.
Mm,
It was truly ingrained in me, and now pointing out that it's only a differential kind of, I don't know, it doesn't ruin it, it doesn't change it, but it somehow softens how concrete the idea is.
yes. Yes. Yeah. 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 Well, I mean, this is the problem with language, isn't it? You know,
Yes.
like we use the word positive in a completely different sense,
Mm.
you know, and negative. Those two words we have completely different senses for, and it has nothing to do with electricity. The way we use the word positive and negative elsewhere. Again, it's why you know, it's in some sense it's a shame, because like you know, that science has its own language, and you have to learn that language in order to kind of understand the science, right? And the same with philosophy, and the same with many other subjects, right? And it's very few topics which actually have made this cut between the common usage of the word, and they try not to use the common usage of the word in their particular subject. I'm thinking really here of things like biology, right, which tends to use either another language to describe things.
Yeah, just so we don't make the confusion.
Yeah, because it's really important when it comes to life and death. But physics is terrible at doing it. Physics will jump on the easiest word possible sometimes, right, and just misconstrue the what's called colloquial definition. I thought it was in Germany, Leiden. There you go. Wrong
Netherlands.
again. Wrong again.
And you were correct about the pronunciation, Leiden.
Oh, was I? Okay, good. At least I got something right. I mean, the history of electricity is absolutely fascinating. It really is, and shows man's kind of um, willpower to understand the fundamentals of physics. Not taking things for granted, but using the what's called the empirical method to find out the truth of things, rather than just accepting previous dogmas.
Yeah. Greek physicians used to have people hold on to an electric eel, and they figured that would cure people of stuff. And what it was probably doing was just resetting, you know, whatever process that was regulating hormones. And then the first steam engine was used just like as a parlor trick.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
They had a fire underneath this. Okay, so the piping went up, across, and down, and then the sphere in the middle had a couple of jet nozzles. And when the steam got hot enough, it would make those nozzles, spray the steam, and then that caused the sphere to turn. And that was supposed to be, since they couldn't figure out what was causing it to move, they figured it was the gods doing it.
Well, yeah, I think it was Archimedes maybe that
Yeah,
did
I
that.
believe so.
Okay, and then maybe, just maybe, this is my memory only, could well be wrong. Yeah, that's an engine you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So Archimedes steam, yeah. Yeah, there you go. This, maybe he powered some doors.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there was another one where it was that you put in a coin or something, and then the doors opened. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, just think, if they hadn't have killed Archimedes, fucking Romans.
And I think that the fire was hidden out of sight, so that
Yeah.
they didn't realize that was what was causing it.
Yeah. He knew though.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember watching a show on the History Channel about that. All these ancient inventions.
Okay. Don't know where I got mine from. Show on Archimedes, I think. Yeah. Those Greeks, eh? Fuck.
For not exposing it?
No, the Greeks, I mean, for inventing, well, just about everything in the modern world, really. I say everything, but, the beginning, right? The beginning of most things, Aristotle and he came up with a basic idea of evolution, very basic idea of evolution. And many other things, right? And there were many of them, right? Democritus came out with a theory of the atom. Everything was designed in, everything what's the word? Everything reduced to finite particles. And that's why we call
Which
the
makes
atom
me
the atom.
makes me want to change the definition of atom because we haven't found the smallest particle yet.
Well, yeah, that's and the smallest particle, yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. Is it true? Is it true?
It seems that we've smashed atoms, and that made smaller parts. So an atom isn't the smallest part then, right?
Yeah, they're quarks, but we smashed quarks as well.
What does that make?
More quarks.
More quarks. That's not
Just-
fair to call it the same thing when it's different.
Just bigger quarks, really. I don't think we've ever discovered anything smaller than a quark. But we're not trying to. We're not trying to find. We're not smashing one quark. We're smashing a whole group, like basically the proton, if you like. What they do is they take some hydrogen, remove the electron, and then accelerate the hydrogen nucleus to whatever it is, 99.999 times the speed of light, and then collide them in opposite directions. And that basically just puts a lot of energy into these, like, quark soups, if you like. And then you find bigger particles, like, get created briefly. There you go. You see the different colors there.
Let me go back.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing as well. But yeah, if you see on the right there, they're different colors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the color theory for quarks, invented by Richard Feynman. And there are two types of each. Again, there's another difference.
How deep does the rabbit hole go? Okay, so a proton, which is not actually positive compared to an electron, but only there's a differential between it and an electron. To describe the quarks within a proton, we say they are up, and down.
Yeah, that's what makes up
Oh
that's
my
what
God.
makes it up. Notice they're all different colors. They're all changing as well. They all change color. But yeah, they're up, and down make up that, and up, down, down makes a neutron. Right. So what happens is a neutron changes one of its quarks from a down to an up, and becomes a proton, and gives off, I don't know, radiation of some sort, probably some kind of W particle, some kind of radiation.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a couple of photons or something.
And that's its degrading, I suppose.
Well, degrading's not a word I'd use there, because protons
What's
are
the
very
right word?
stable.
Going from neutron to proton?
I believe it's that way. Hillary, do you remember offhand?
What's that?
I think it's neutrons that give off beta particles and then
I don't recall.
change to protons. I think it's that way. I can't remember offhand. I mean, again, it's got 6:30 in the morning here, so
What are you doing talking to us?
don't know. So I just came in. I heard Hillary, you talking. I heard you saying something, and I thought, no, that's not right. So I came in to say something. Somebody was wrong on the internet.
And the auto funk symbol went up in the sky, and you had to go. That's all.
Yeah, there you go. But no, protons are very stable. I don't think they've ever observed one breaking down. Let's put it that way. Although we can collide them at high speed, of course. Yeah. The other thing is that it's more complicated yet again, actually. If you look at something called the Standard Model,
Oh boy.
right, which is we're only talking about the basic level of matter that exists now, but in fact there are different layers which are more energetic. So there's 3 different layers.
Yeah, and they're apparently like a salmon orange color, a green color, and a purple color.
Yes, there is that. I mean, it's a fucking beautiful system, I can tell you that. But no, they're more energetic versions of the particles, right? And they come in 3 different levels, right? So you get electrons, then you get muons, maybe a second, and then tau. I think looking at it there, and electrons are obviously they electricity, right? Muons are just heavier versions of an electron, and then heavier again is the tau. Right. But they don't exist as such in our universe. Well, they do exist, but they're not common because they want to become the lightest they can, so they shed energy quite quickly. And they decay into tau decays into a muon and then into an electron.
So weird.
Amazing. I mean, again, the standard model, right? It's called a model. It's not. it's not a model. It's a theory, and it is probably the greatest work in science to date.
Model
It's
just
not.
means oversimplification, right?
I don't know. Don't know what model means. Representation is the way I would say it, but
Yeah.
I've got no idea whether that's true or not.
Why does this read that there are 4 fundamental forces,
Yeah,
and
there
we
are.
know 3 of them?
Gravity is the other one.
Yeah, gravity's not included in the standard model because it's not. Well, we
Because
haven't
it's
discovered
not.
the particle. The standard model is about particles.
What if a little lonely yellow H all the way on the right there is gravity?
No, that's the Higgs.
Yeah, it gives mass, but it's not
We,
gravity.
we've discovered the Higgs particle.
So we would need a graviton communicating between the Higgs in order to show that that was gravity.
That wasn't even English. Don't lie to me.
Okay.
Don't try to pull my leg, man. I've heard English before. I don't know what the hell you just said.
Yeah, it is extremely complex. Extremely complex. So complex that they haven't even solved it yet. I mean, it's just one of the unknown things is how does gravity fit in with the standard model? And again, potentially, that could be the smallest particle if it was found. Could be the smallest. The graviton could be the smallest particle. But
Wow.
how you would find that, I don't know.
Imagine a fundamental ton.
A fundamental ton. Good one. Yeah. So effectively, all of the universe that we can see is made up of the first column of 2 of those purple ones, up and down quarks, and electron, and whatever the last one is, the W. Right. I still can't see it. It's still too small for me there. But
I'm working on it.
okay.
It says W boson.
Oh yeah. Okay. Neutrino. Thank you. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Neutrinos. So yeah, all of the universe is made up of that we can see. So up quark, down quark. There's a name for it as well. Oh no. The up and the down, the electron, and the neutrinos. that constitutes all of, well, everything we can see. Weak, strong. Yes, EM gravity. Thank you. Weak, the strong force, the electromagnetic, and the gravitational. Yeah. So the weak force is for nuclear decay. Strong force is for the proton and the neutron. Electromagnetic is the electron, and gravity is the as yet unfound particle. Oh, the Z and the W boson are the two weak force carriers.
So if there's a standard model, I suppose there's a non-standard model?
I should think so.
Several non-standards.
Yeah. This is the problem. It's not complete. The gravity isn't in there. That's one of the biggest. Well, that's why they keep spending money on like particle accelerators.
Suppose if we knew what gravity was, we'd pretty much automatically know what anti-gravity was?
Yeah, I guess. If it's a thing, then yeah.
Like if you knew what was causing it, you'd know how to defeat it, right?
Maybe, if it's possible.
It would soon follow, at least.
I mean, in the model that Einstein put forward for gravity, then it would be something with negative mass.
Can you imagine an anti-photon?
Anti-photon.
I think that's called darkness.
Right, that's my point. And so if you were to have an opposite particle to graviton, I think it would be the same, or it might be the same.
Yeah.
But it only works in one direction because of causality. But that's not a guarantee that's how it works. I'm just saying that's possible.
Okay, here's why I ask. If gravity is tied to time is tied to matter, or something like that, then it might make sense if anti-gravity made for anti-time. And if that were true, then perhaps what we see moving at great rates of speed isn't. It's just we're in a gravity well and it's not.
I don't think that's. I mean, again, by our declination or by our description, right? Light travels at a particular speed when it's not in a gravity well.
Right.
So that's flat space is kind of the standard. I mean, it's already included in the standard model, and not the standard model there. I mean, it's already included in the cosmological models. Right, they have a particular name for it, right? I think I can't remember what it's called. Riemann curvature.
Okay, I just don't understand why you said it.
Curved space. Well, again, no chance because we're now talking about general relativity. Look that one up.
Okay.
I mean,
you just moved from standard model to general relativity. Okay. And again, these like models or descriptions don't really talk to each other very well. I mean, they can, but they don't.
We could fold or stretch time, but I don't think we could reverse it.
Oh, I don't mean reverse, but I do mean fold or stretch, and probably stretch.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, if there were an object able to create anti-gravity to some extent, it would also slow time. It wouldn't reverse time, but it would slow time.
Mm-hmm.
And here's
I don't know.
Are you trying
maybe.
to say the Kubieri drive?
See, the problem
What?
is flat time, right? Flat space, right? Gives you your kind of base level of time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you were to have gravity, right, that's a well. Okay,
Right.
now that means that the distance between any 2 points is increased over flat space,
Gotcha.
right? Because it's now having to go a longer distance, if you like.
I can imagine a fabric where the threads in the fabric are now further apart because of the misshapen part. Sure.
Exactly, yeah. But that would be exactly the same if you not instead of pushing the fabric down, you push the fabric up,
Yes, of course.
right? And that would be the equivalent of that would be what you're talking about of like anti-gravity. If gravity is pushing it down, then anti-gravity is pushing it up.
It would still spread them apart.
Yeah, so time would still increase under both regimes.
Well, if you're right, that really puts a big kibosh on what I was thinking. I was
Yes.
thinking that maybe some of these possibly advanced craft that we're witnessing aren't moving fast.
Mm.
Just
It's
compared
not
to
by
us, they're moving
anti-gravity.
fast.
It's not. If there is such a thing, it's not by anti-gravity, I would say.
Well, actually, what you said doesn't defeat what I'm saying. But if the
Okay.
gravity were lessened, not only would they be more mobile, but perhaps it's closer to the fabric being flat.
No.
That's no.
Flat.
Less gravity is not more flat.
Flat is without gravity. There's no gravity at all.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the fastest it can get.
But
That's the
space
shortest distance between 2 points is no gravity.
Right.
and space is basically flat already, so they really wouldn't have much of a differential to offset if they had anti-gravity.
Right. Unless they were in a gravity well when they were using it.
Okay.
Yes. No, that might be true. Yeah.
So the Earth is in a gravity well.
Yes.
We experience time in a gravity well.
Yes.
Yes,
If they
we
had
do.
a way to make flat space in a gravity well, then they would seem to be moving like in insane speeds.
Well, insane
No.
is yes.
No.
Yes. I can grant you
Yes?
that hypothetically. All
I
right.
don't
But
know.
insane might not be the right word to use. But
Well,
definitely, they wouldn't have to travel if they could flatten a curved space, all right, and just ignore gravity.
Mhm.
Then the shortest distance would be that we would see them would be a lot faster than we would think it was possible to travel.
Well, which
Right,
objects
which
are you
is
talking about? Spaceships?
unidentified objects that do this.
Okay. Well, the
But
Earth
it's
really isn't that massive. Even the sun
Right.
isn't all that massive.
Right.
So
Yeah.
anything within our solar system that we're observing would not benefit much from a flattened space.
Okay, benefit much.
not compared to
I'm
what
not
we're
I'm not
at,
saying it
really.
has to be benefit much. I'm saying but by our perspective it would be
It would be
going faster than we would be expecting.
Potentially, that's possible. Yeah, if it could be done where you could eliminate a gravitational field.
For a guy
Yeah.
that just had a crazy idea with nothing to base it on, I'm fairly happy with maybe.
Yeah, I mean it's not crazy either. So I don't think that makes you crazy. But no, that is correct. That is how some people they think of creating, faster than light travel by collapsing space in front of them and then recapitulating it behind them, so they're not even traveling in space.
Well, I don't think that's what he was just describing, but that's initially what I thought he was going for the Kubieri drive. Kubieri was somebody in, I think,
Oh,
Central
that's what you
America that was a physicist that was trying to imagine how Star Trek warp speeds could work.
That's
And then
correct.
he
Yes.
posited that if you could collapse the fabric of space-time in front of you to make it shorter and expand it behind you, it would create like a ripple going behind you, forcing you
would push you.
forward. Yeah.
Right.
Hmm.
I've heard of that.
Yeah. That is kind of what he's saying, though, isn't it? If by saying gravity, I mean that's a layman's way of saying it, if you like.
Well, there's popular science and there's actual science. I'm talking popular science.
Yeah, it's not probable. I think the amount of energy you'd need to do it would be like on a stupid level where it wouldn't even be practical, even if the physics was possible. But who knows? Maybe we will find that source of energy, right? If we could tap into dark energy or something, and who knows what's possible? Every object creates its own gravity well.
In order that my theory on ancient religions involves intelligent physical beings coming to the Earth,
yeah,
then it's like I'm granting all that is possible by even saying that.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I don't think anti-gravity is the thing at all.
No.
Yeah.
You'd have to go more what Hillary's saying and this guy says about
closer
warp
to
drive.
flat. Right.
No, nothing to do with the flat universe. That is not going to get you there. You have to actually collapse space-time completely.
Oh, okay.
Which means I don't know what that means. I mean, Einstein kind of speculated on.
It's possible that you could warp space-time in such a way that it would appear that you had gone back in time, but we'd almost have to model that out to see what that would actually entail. Because virtual particles kind of do that, and tachyons.
Yes, there is that. There is that. And there's no limit to the distance they could do it over.
Yep.
But you need to be aware that you can't interact with anything in the universe.
Yeah, they have to do quantum tunneling.
Yeah, so that's not really possible for a being to do.
Well, if you
anything made up of more than a fundamental particle.
Well, if you could encapsulate your vehicle in a bubble, which is what they're positing that aliens might be doing, then there would be no inertia, so they could accelerate at whatever rate they wished.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, hypothetically, yeah, I suppose, but
it's
I don't
not
think
something we'll probably see in our lifetime.
Well, for sure, but I'm not even
Unless
sure
it's
whether
given
it's.
to us.
I'm not even sure it's possible in terms of anybody's lifetime. You know.
Well, if aliens showed up, and said, "Hey, we've got all this neat stuff, but don't worry about how it works because your minds can't figure it out," we'd be like, "Okay, cool."
Well, I wouldn't be, but yeah. Okay, what do you mean we can't figure it out?
That our brains, just the way that our brains are structured, could figure out what, the higher dimensional whatever was.
Well, there's no limit to the number of dimensions we can manipulate in mathematics.
Right. But I'm just saying, what I always do is try to imagine myself like an ant. How would an ant view a human?
No, I grant what you're saying. I really do. And it's fascinating to speculate on it. But of course, I don't think it's within reality. So
yeah.
Just because we can speculate on things doesn't mean that they are possible in reality. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And some of these things is what I'm saying to Richard right now, is some of these things are just not possible in reality, given some of this stuff we currently understand. Now, can that change? Sure, that some of that can change.
I wouldn't even bother to set it.
But no, faster than light travel. No, not unless we've discovered some way of completely stepping outside of the universe, or at least outside of space-time. Then certainly it's not possible. And stepping outside of space-time basically means not being something with mass.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. That's your limitation as far as I can see, Richard. If
right
you
now,
want things to come from a different planet, it just means they can't have any mass. They can't even be light.
No, it just means that they would have to encapsulate themselves in something that neutralizes mass and everything else.
Wow, I don't know what that meant.
Okay, maybe. I think that's beyond. Well, it's beyond speculation even. I can't see how something made of mass could do that. Let's put it that way.
You really want something that'll mess with you that I see in the text, Simos, and maybe I've told you this before.
Okay, go ahead.
In the book of Revelation, it describes the physicality of heaven, and then there's a scene where heaven rolls up like a scroll and every mountain is moved.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't roll up three-dimensional objects.
Yeah, I guess you can really, but yeah.
You know how we can degauss battle or warships so that they don't set off magnetic mines? Imagine degaussing a space vessel so that the mass inside of the boundary didn't interact with anything outside of it.
Wow,
Okay.
I don't know what that meant.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I do remember the Gauss drive being a thing in a game called Traveller. But anyway,
I know what it means to degauss a television.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to do that.
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say it's just like it's just science fiction, right? That's it. It's fiction. So, given our current understanding, it's not possible, for sure. Does that mean it's not always going to be impossible? No. But like I'm saying, I think the energy requirements would be so large that, you'd have to build like
Well, maybe you'd have to collapse 3 universes in order to get enough energy.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have a few stars in your drive, in your battery.
That's scary sounding.
Or at least possibly a few galaxies. That's the kind of level we're talking about.
Oh, wow.
I can't remember how, was it Arthur C. Clarke described it? But we're talking just ridiculous levels. Imagine one of those blowing up. Or imagine leaving the lights on when you went away for a trip.
What's the light joke? I don't get it.
Well, now imagine leaving one of these like universe degausses on when you went away. You came back 2 million years later, and the entire galaxy had burnt out because you left the light switch on. What a mistake to make. Anyway, there you go.
Well, maybe one of these exploding drives is what caused our universe.
Whoa, mind blown.
That's funny.
Yeah. I did have an idea on that.
And?
It was something like just minute particles of light, basically photons, very, very small photons, the smallest photons you can imagine, which means they have a very high energy, are created, right, by uncertainty principle or something. But there's no space. So just randomly, they're all created, one on top of each other, until it comes a point where one of them is created slightly ajar, slightly to the left, slightly out of phase from all the others that have been created. I.e., in a small amount of space. The very smallest, much less than a Planck length. And that triggers all the others to start vibrating. And that creates space. And time. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are always very useful and help me out when I feel like maybe I'm smarter than I need to be, and you guys like bring me right back down to where I belong, and I want to say thank you for that.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm completely wrong. I mean, I came up with that idea when I was 17.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I was wrong then, and I'm wrong now.
Oh, that's okay. I just don't even have thoughts like that. It's not about being right or wrong.
Non-moving photons. That was my idea. Because there's no space, you see, Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
So. That way you can have almost limitless power in the singularity without actually having any mass or energy.
What makes you say that you were wrong?
Well, Einstein, I think. Einstein. And also things like it can't be photons because photons require particles.
What do you mean photons require particles? Doesn't the present theory require particles?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
I mean, not really particles as such. Right.
Well, this is similar to what I mentioned the other day to Sammy and Serb and a few others. That more like the background oscillating universe without any space or time. It's just a fluctuating wave. And then all it takes is for one slight perturbation to cause a single, neutron, lepton, whatever, tiny little thing. And then that, because of nucleation, causes matter to ripple across the energy front and create space time to begin expanding out.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying there. The wave problem is a problem for me because a wave seems to imply space. That was my that's again another reason why I thought I was wrong. Why I know I'm wrong. My idea was to have it on such a small level, though. Yeah, basically, the smaller the wave, right? Inverted commas. The smaller the wave, the higher the energy.
Right.
So that was the idea for me, was like to have this thing which is so impossibly small, but then if there's no space, you can't have it as a wave even. So
Right. Well, imagine all the four known dimensions all collapsing to nothing, and there being one dimension that's just a string that's vibrating.
Oh right, yeah, that's yeah, okay. If we're going down the string theory route, then then that's no problem because you can have the brain colliding to create universes. So you have some kind of elongated space, even though it's not space as we think of space.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. I really quite liked string theory when I first read it. I thought it was really, really amazing, or M theory as it became known, I should say.
Maybe I'm just fanboying, but I just don't want you to be wrong yet, Simos.
No, I am. Don't. Sorry, dude. I'm wrong. If I was right, I would be earning a lot of money.
That doesn't necessarily follow.
As well as speaking Swedish.
Well, you'd have
That
to
does a
write it down
lot.
as a paper first.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
If I knew what I was talking about,
That
that
would
would
be
not
my
be a problem.
stumbling block.
Yeah.
Why would it be your
I,
stumbling block? Because you can't write that?
Yeah, I would have too much difficulty writing down the thoughts from my head onto paper. I have to explain it to somebody like a professional writer, science writer, and have him try to articulate the idea that I had.
Yeah, that's
it's
what I
just
did
this
tonight with you guys.
it's just this conflict between space and waves. I think that's the issue. Is the universe appears to be wave-like, right, or particle-like, and neither of those are going to fit with a singularity. So the problem is, as always has been, quantum mechanics can't be right, and yeah, quantum mechanics can't be right because it doesn't fit with Einstein's idea of singularities. So how you merge those two things, I've no idea. No idea at all. So any theory you come up with is going to be wrong just off the bat if you're only taking into account one of those theories.
All right.
And if you can take into account both of those theories, then you've unified physics. So you'd be rich.
That's the rumor.
Uh, as far as I understand it, anyway.
But
And again, there are
Newtonian,
people out there, just like there are mathematicians out there that you just wouldn't believe how smart they are.
yeah. But
You
just
know.
like Newtonian mechanics works at our uh, everyday speed, the what's it called, the standard standard conditions. So at sea level, at certain temperature, certain
Mm.
pressure, everything makes sense. But yeah, if you speed it up to near the speed of light or near infinite gravity, then sure, then that's when we have to turn to Einstein. But Einstein doesn't necessarily need to fit within the quantum explanation.
Well, it does really, yeah. I
Well,
think
if
it
all
does.
time stopped and all
Mm.
motion stopped, what would that give us under relativity?
Well, it wouldn't be relativity at all.
Exactly.
Yeah. But then that's the problem. All right. So there's a couple of things I would say. Firstly, it doesn't need to be like near the speed of light to include relativity, or
But it needs
very
some
high
speed.
gravities. It's a ridiculously low number. I can't remember. 12% of the
Right.
speed of light is enough to have to calculate relativistic effects.
Right.
So it's a very small thing. And then when you get to the extreme end, the problem is there's no space or time.
Right.
Right. So if there's no space, right, there's nothing for E to equal, because one of the measurements in E equals mc squared is c squared,
Right.
which has a distance
And
unit
that's how
in it.
that's the point that the relativity can't make sense within the singularity. So
Right.
we
But
just have to throw it out and use a different model.
yeah, agreed. But the problem being is that um, if there's no distance, right, then you can't have particles or waves. So quantum mechanics doesn't work.
So it would have to be something else then.
Yes, agreed. I'm not saying that there isn't something else. I'm just saying that it's not quantum mechanics, and
Hmm.
it's because it's not relativity, right? So there has to be another way of looking at those two theories, and there has to be another way of looking at the universe which at least explains those two theories, and that's what they talk about unification, right?
Yeah.
So and I have no idea what that is, but I mean, I'm
Yeah.
very many smart people have worked on it, and very many smart people have failed to find a solution.
Yeah. Just well, like within the singularity, there aren't the four forces of nature either. So something has to
Sure.
shatter to break the initial symmetry condition that caused all of existence
Correct.
to. Yep.
Yeah. CP violation. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean,
Peace and
again,
respect,
it's
KCA Randy. You can come in if you want. I'm about to go on smoke break, so if you want to come in now.
I've never spoken with Randy. I'd love to hear what he sounds like. I've
yeah.
seen him
We
on a
go.
few
I
channels.
need to make a. I need to make a move as well. Thank you very much, Hillary. Really
En-
enjoyed that conversation. Thank you.
Enjoyed speaking with you also.
And yeah, same to you as well, Richard. Thank
Thanks
you
for
very
coming
much
by,
for
Simos.
having me in. Try to stop that habit, please, sir. For me,
What's that?
Smoking.
try to have created that habit.
I have no intention of quitting smoking, but I appreciate your love.
Okay. Well, please allow me to nag you in the future.
It's fine with me. I'll consider it a compliment.
Thank you. I appreciate that as well. Okay. Take care, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Peace. All right, I'm going to go smoke, which means you're probably not going to stay.
Yeah. If nobody else
Okay.
comes in.
Anybody coming in? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up. Hillary, thanks so much. And you actually took me off guard a little bit tonight with the conversation you just had with Simos. I had no idea you were even interested in those things.
Yeah. I'm interested in all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I have interests. So thanks for showing up for the end of the show, KCA Randy and Eloina. That was horrible. Sorry. Till next time, guys. Thanks for coming by. Before you leave, please vote on the video. I don't care which way you vote. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. But somehow YouTube says that matters. I don't know why. Anyway, till next time, I look forward to the day that we're all great friends. Peace.